Today was a long day already. All right. This is a warning right here. Y'all know when y'all see the L, the G, the O, the A, and the T. When y'all see that, you know this is a warning sign right here. This is a potential super classic. When y'all see this is the L, the G, the O, the A, the T. You know, this might be one of them ones. This might be one of them ones.
Peace to the family. This is Abdul Ali, candidate for U.S. House District 12 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's just be real, folks. The Democrats have destroyed our major cities. Their policies have made us less safe. They've given us less economic opportunity, and they've provided less educational opportunities for our children. And that's why I'm running for Congress, because I know what it takes to improve these issues. I've got great working relationships already in D.C. I've spent the last 10 years of my life building my political resume so that one of us, somebody who thinks like we do, could get into D.C. and make a difference. I want you to visit aliforcongress.com to find out more about my campaign. The Democrats have already done enough, and now they're putting illegal aliens in front of people like you and me, folks whose ancestors built this country and made it what it is today. So again, I'm asking you to support me in my run for U.S. House District 12 here in North Carolina. You don't have to live in North Carolina to support, because what happens in Congress affects the entire country. So again, it's aliforcongress.com. I hope to have your support. Peace and love, y'all.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Verse Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
Myron! Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, this ain't nothing nasty about this. So what you talking about? I got all the books right here. What you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reender, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
Man.
you
always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron.
Amazon.
Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you. No, I got these books on Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't that no?
Yeah, well, bye. Bye.
I've been in this game for years. Your animals to the shit. Animal, baby. The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Yo, this is kind of crazy. Yeah, I didn't know. I know you're like, hold up, you wrote it. How you didn't know this book was that crazy? I did not know that this book here, Rise of the Black Culture Vultures, was going to be so crazy. So I don't know how long this book will be available. Like, hold up, but how you... Because I wrote this book 15 years ago. Maybe not 15, probably 12. I wrote 90% of this book 12 years ago. So that, I'm sure that probably makes the book even crazier, is that majority of this book I wrote 12 years ago. And I would say portions of this book are probably from the 90s. So yeah, this book is yeah. Where's my slipper? My blood clot this. Listen to that sound of that voice. That's Chloe. Now they all getting big, so they all like steals my stuff. Chloe can't really wear my clothes, you know what I'm saying? But she likes to steal my slippers. You know what I'm saying? Like, it gets wild, right? But listen, today, bro, yo, listen. I'm telling people listen. I don't know how long I'm gonna keep this available. I don't know how long I'm gonna let this book be available. I'm gonna be honest. Because it's a lot of different things in this book. And the more you know, the more you'll recognize inside that book. So we start going back to early America and when they first built Harvard and all that. Yeah, it get a little crazy. It gets spooky. Right. But only reason I mentioned that book is not today's conversation. The only reason I mentioned that book is because in the and I don't know how long I'm gonna let those occult health classes stay up. So that's another thing. So y'all gotta just bear with me. I need 5 or 10 minutes to get Patreon back together again. Right? To get Patreon back together again. So I had a partner that was kind of handling a lot of the Patreon stuff for me. And then the partner kind of vanished the last 3 weeks and just kind of popped back up and was like, yeah, about that. Right. So yeah, so don't worry. I'll grab the reins, and it's not anything I can't do myself. You know what I'm saying? So that'll be taken care of shortly. But when we were doing the occult health science classes, right? One of the things that we spoke about was the voice, and the voice being your connection to God, right? Being a divine thing, right? And so from that time, which may be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe tops, something like that, 2-3 weeks, people have began to ask me more about prayer, right? And I'm going to assume, because I've been leaving breadcrumbs about prayer all throughout a lot of the books, culminating in the movement book, right? So the movement book, when I dropped that book, the movement book was, I'm not going to say out of place, pun intended. I'll say out of time. When I dropped the movement book was so out of time for everything else, right? That, even till now, people can't really, I get questions about that book. People love the book, but they just don't necessarily understand the context, because everything else is more like hardcore science. Here, let me show y'all the book so y'all know what I'm talking about, in case you don't have it, right? So if you don't have it, this is the movement book, right? This is the movement book, right? So if you don't have it, this is the movement book. This book is about time and prayer. This book is about time and prayer, right? And so for a lot of people, they didn't understand the relevance, or like just contextually how this book fit into, right? Because when this book came out, right, we had already done Melanin versus Diabetes 1 through 6. And then we came with the Race Hustler series, right? Race Hustler Volume 1. Volume 1 was kind of about, some crazy stuff going on, and, polite and blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff was in there. But also that book, Race Hustler Volume 1, was about haplotypes and single nucleotide polymorphisms, and how haplotypes and single nucleotide polymorphisms separate people, and how those things, like, basically that book explained the Eat Right for Your Haplotype book, which fast forward became the food chemistry book, kind of, you know what I'm saying? So people still wanted to understand, like, some people, you guys, if you've been following me for a while, you'd be surprised how much you know. Like, forget about me. You probably have already forgot more about the human body than most people will ever learn. Period. If you've been following me for at least a year, chances are you done forgot more about the human body than most people will ever learn. Right? And that's not to say we're doing anything amazing. That's just to say that respectfully, the rest of the world is asleep. They are in a slumber. They don't know much about their body. And even worse than that, they don't know why that's important in life. Right. So they're really asleep. But, people still were, like, yo, what's the difference between you saying eat right for your haplotype versus somebody else saying eat right for your blood type? And I'm like, okay, so what you're really asking me is, what is a haplotype? Because if you understood what a haplotype was, there's no way that question, you can't even formulate that question if you know what a haplotype is. So the only reason you could be asking me the difference between eat right for your haplotype and eat right for your blood type is because A, you probably don't understand blood types, but more importantly, I know you don't know what a haplotype is, right? So haplotype is basically your ancestral line, right? To simplify it, right? Haplotype is your ancestral line and your specific type of DNA, your specific type of DNA, and you're like, wait a minute, type of DNA, everybody's got the same double strand nuclear DNA. That's where single nucleotide polymorphisms come in at, right? Single nucleotide polymorphisms are like music notes, you know what I'm saying? Like, but they're based on your environment. They're based on your environment and the food there in your environment, the fungus in your environment, the bacteria in your environment, the viruses in your environment, right? The water, right? Those would be the main things that impact your single nucleotide polymorphisms. So people that live in the same environment typically, right? So a lot of times it'll get shortened down to understand a SNP. SNP is short for SMP, which is short for single nucleotide polymorphism. Right? To like simplify a whole bunch of reading and stuff really quick, they just will say environment, right? Because people in the same environment are subject to the same drinking water, the same soil, the same microbiome, the same mycobiome, the same virome. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, pretty much in same foods, right? So sunlight, all of those different things, right? So instead of going through the specifics of each one and how they impact your DNA over time, they just say environment, right? So people in the same environment, in the same time period, have the same single nucleotide polymorphisms, and they're so specific that is how science is able to track like people over time, right? And this has the most impact on the things that people think they're doing with their food, right? So in your mind, you're like, well, why isn't this? Because it's one of my personal discoveries. So people don't want to teach it. Like, this is the crazy shit. These guys, most of these guys, right? Most of these guys would rather like not teach something that I discovered than give me props and credit. But they can't teach eat right for your haplotype without saying Dr. EnQi said blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? Because it's mine. I created it. Just like what we're going to talk about today, the science of prayer. You're not going to find this somewhere else. It's mine, right? God gave it to me. I'm giving it to you, but the cost is always the same. So you got to say, I got this from EnQi, right? The cost for me to get it, right? The reason why I get blessed with infinite information is because I never like make up nothing about it. Like I always say, God, you know, this ain't coming from me, this come through me. Like I always give credit. Right. And over the years, me being able to give credit to God has been, you know, tougher at certain times because, you know, I'm always surrounded with atheists or agnostics or even worse, people that are like attacking religion or whatever the case may be. I'm just sitting there in a group of heathens like, is it my turn to get the mic yet? Can we turn this mic on? Then I start going into my thing and, you know, even in the midst of that kind of group, I always, yeah. So, yeah. So it's always, you know, but, so that's what that was about. That was book one, right? Single nucleotide polymorphisms. And I know some of y'all like, damn, I didn't get that book because I thought it was just about the drama. Well, you missed that book because now you can't get that book, right? So yeah, there's that. That book's no longer in print, right? Then book two, the Race Hustler series, book two, that book was largely about a lot of things that I just couldn't teach on YouTube. In fact, that book is so crazy, I don't even want to say what that book was really going deeper into. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's a, yeah. So hopefully you got the second book because that book is it's one of them. Right. I'll just leave that there. Right. But that's an important book to have. Book three is the book that we start going through the herbs and all of that kind of stuff. We go down through the herbs, and it's a lot of documentation on just herbs, you know, herbs and articles. And Race Hustlers book four. What is book four? What was book four? Race Hustlers book four. Exactly. That's the school calling me. Like, I don't know why the schools here was open, but I didn't send my kids to school today. It's election day. Everybody sends their kids to school on election day. So they're calling me right now to let me know that my babies was absent. I thought better than going to school today would be fun to go and see the election process. Right. So I took them to all see that. You know what I'm saying? Book four was interesting because book four is the gold book, just FYI, right? But book four was like a culmination of all four of the previous books, as well as the first 6 books. So what happened with book four is while I was writing the Race Hustler series 1, 2, and 3, we were doing the 120-day challenge. So right when I finished up book 3 is when, right around the time when we finished up the 120-day challenge. And so book 4 is, you know, is that like, oh man, we just did the 120-day challenge. Way more people. Like we literally had, I don't know if y'all remember how crazy that went, but we had everybody doing push-ups. There was a time where Charleston White and all kind of people was trying to, like that shit went nuts. We had Instagram going crazy. Everybody was starting to pull up a push-up challenge out of nowhere, right? Because again, instead of them participating in the challenge we set up, like, I don't know, something wrong with us as a people. But we did the gold book, and the gold book, in fact, we're going to read some stuff out of the gold book because we even talked about the science of prayer in the gold book, right? So even in the gold book,
And the gold book is gold. Yeah. Even in the gold book, we talked about the science of prayer. So we're going to go through it from a bunch of different angles, right? We're going to go through it because, and then in the fibroids book, right? Bring it all the way full circle. Now, Race Hustlers number 5, which is this book, which is where we really kind of laid it out in detail. But then in the Divine Mathematics book and the You Got Nerve book and just in a bunch of other books, even the fibroids book that we just released. In the fibroids book, we talk about prayer, right? I even give my favorite prayer from the Bible in that book, right? In this book, I have my favorite prayer from ancient Egypt, right? And in the fibroids book, I have my favorite prayer from the Bible, right? So folks that are more into like the ancient kind of stuff, if you have this book, you have a really, really powerful prayer from ancient Egypt. The prayer was so powerful that many people are saying, right? Many people are saying that that prayer was turned into the entire Holy Royal Arch system of Freemasonry, right? The entire system of Royal Arch Masonry is, by many researchers, they would say it comes from this prayer, right? Which just so happens to be one of my favorites. So it's in this book, like I said, and then in the fibroids book. But I don't think that people understand the healing, that prayer is a part, because like I started off the video saying, like, people didn't understand how the movement book fit in to what we was talking about, like going from haplotypes to, plant extracts. We could do that. We could do that like that. So book 2, we went deeper into plant extracts and nutrition. And then book 3, we went into more of like scientific documentation with plants and stuff like that. And then book 4 is the gold book, gold standard on how you apply everything, for healing purposes, weight loss, building muscle, all of those things, like how to apply the science to your everyday life. And then book 5 is like, he's talking about time and radio waves and electromagnetic. Like, what the, like, this is a heavy book, Doc. This is deep. We love it. But how does this fit in with this and this and this and this and this, right? The reason being, A, is because I never stopped being the minister. Like, I've never told anybody on any platform anywhere, right? Yo, stop calling me Minister EnQi. You know what I'm saying? I was always comfortable with it all. Like, oh yeah, Minister EnQi, Dr. EnQi. I'm proud. I'm still proud to be a minister. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because I still have that foundation or whatever the case may be. But prayer is a part of healing. Prayer is a part of life. You know what I'm saying? And I think that we got to get back into that. We got to get back into that. We got to step back into our role in guiding the life on this planet. That's what we do, right? And that's a part of the reason that the music industry even exists. That's a part of the reason the music industry even exists, right? So we're going to get into that. We're going to get into that, like speaking things into existence, the full, like if you don't start praying after today, I don't know what to do with you. You lost. You lost. Right? Now, am I saying for you to go join a church and get baptized? No, but it would be cool. Am I saying for you to go take your shahada and become a Muslim? No, but it would be cool. Am I saying for you to become go join a synagogue and become a practicing Orthodox Jew? No, but it would be cool. Am I telling you to, go find some Kemetic priest somewhere and get into some ancient Kemetic spiritual something? No, but it would be cool. Right? Am I telling you to become an Israelite? No. And I'm not even going to say it will be. No, I don't know what's up with the Israelites. The Israelites are so many. When I say Israelite, what comes to mind, it's more standing on the corner and yelling and looking crazy than actually being spiritual, right? So I would not necessarily put them in this pocket. So you won't, yeah. But prayer, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying to become Buddhist, but it would be cool, right? Anywhere that taps you in to a organized system of prayer, right? To an organized system of prayer, right? Even if you just learn what we have, right? And you rocking with us and you praying, like 2-3 times a day, right? It will be cool. And you will see benefits in your life in a variety of ways, right? So we're going to go through the science in a cohesive way, but I need you to understand that this is a serious thing. This is a serious thing. That's why yeah. Yeah, I'm trying not to say too much. Yeah, but it's a serious thing. It's a serious thing. It's serious. It's so serious that people don't want you to know about this. It's so serious that this is probably the actual reason that Tesla got treated the way he got treated. Right? Because before me, I can only say Tesla figured it out. Tesla figured it out. I know he figured it out. Right. And after today's video, you'll know, if you know what Tesla was doing, you'll know that he figured it out. That's what made him so scary. But yeah, we're about to advance the whole universe with this. We're about to advance the whole universe with this one. It's going to upgrade everybody's software. We're getting ready to go. No. Listen, you only got one word in this sentence wrong, right? And that's the word like. Most roots reggae songs were prayers. That is a certified fact. Yeah, most roots. But here's the thing. So, because here's the thing, all songs are prayers. Let's just do that. Let's do that. You get ready to get it. See, you get ready to get it. You almost get it, right? You almost get it. You almost get it. I can tell you almost get it with that sentence right there. Right? But the problem is, you got to understand that all songs are prayer. All songs are prayers. Right? All songs are prayers. What did I tell y'all about rap? I showed y'all the origin of the term is criminal indictments. All songs are prayers. Every single song is a prayer. Every song is a prayer. Right? This is how you're able to speak things into existence. There's a technique of that. Right? There's a technique of that. So a lot of times when people go, man, you know, such and such predicted his own death. No. He didn't predict his own death. Right? They didn't predict their death. They spoke their death into existence. They created their death. They created the circumstances, right? God created the world with the word, right? And that's not just isolated to the Bible. You can go back as far as you want and, you know, all the way back to the pyramids, and it's the utterances, right? So even in Kemet, the world was spoken to, the universe was spoken into existence, right? But the thing is, again, when we take spoken, we think speech, and we don't get why I keep saying God is music. I keep trying to tell this to you guys. I keep telling y'all over and over. I must have said it at least 7 billion times already, right? God is music, right? The Bible is very specific. You can only communicate to God by singing. By singing and dancing. That's it. Right? By singing and dancing. Right? And the world says, not me, but the world says that the people that are the darkest are the most gifted at singing and dancing. So let's go ahead and put 2 plus 2 together to come to 4. 2 plus 2 equals 4. Singing and dancing is the way you communicate to God. The darker you are, the more gifted you seem to be at singing and dancing. If P, then Q. The darker you are, the more gifted you are at communicating with God. That also goes in reverse. The lighter you are, the less gifted you are at communicating with God. Right? So now, if we really believe that, right? Let's say that we don't believe that. Right? But let's say that some people do. Let's say that there are people that really take the Bible very serious. Let's assume that that's a thing. Let's assume we live on a planet where there are some people that take the Bible very serious, the Quran very serious, like, yeah, right? And they believe that the only power on earth is God, right? If I want to be the most powerful on earth, right? Well, the first thing I need to do is get everybody else to kind of stop tapping into that power source, right? So it will work to my benefit to get you to not believe in God, right? Let's just think about that. Let's think about that, right? Think about it. The movement book, is about time and prayer, right? About time and prayer. I mean, time and money. Rather, the book is about time and prayer. But we talk about this equation of time equaling money, right? When you're born, you have the most time. That's a divine gift, time, life. But because we get it for free, we take it for granted. And we waste all of our time chasing money, which is an invention of man, right? This is an invention of man, right? That man will also tell you does not have a value. It's a fiat currency. So we waste the value on the no value. See how you got tricked already? You got tricked already right there, right? But let's look at some other coincidences that just happened. Let's just look at some coincidences. If we look at the richest people on this planet and we associate power with money, right? Little Kim said the key to life is money, power, and respect, right? Little Kim didn't say anything about health, nutrition, longevity, right? That's why she had a whole bunch of plastic surgeries and looked like 10 different niggas over a span of 10 different in 10 years. She looked like 10 different niggas, right? So clearly she was confused about who she was. So yeah, so we could probably count out money, power, respect. But anyway, that's what she turned the key to life into. She turned the Ankh into money, power, respect. In case you didn't know, so you might not know what's happening, but she turned the key to life, right? You didn't hear the song? The key to life, money, power, respect. What you need in life, money, power, respect, right? The key to life. She turned the key to life, the Ankh, into money, power, respect. And I know some of y'all gonna be like, hold up, Ink, you're going too deep into that. No, because if you notice, you can go through all the old pictures of the rappers. Them niggas all got on Ankhs. They all wearing them. Yeah. Don't believe these niggas don't know this stuff. They just, you just don't understand what's going on. And a lot of times they don't understand what's going on because they're higher ups that are guiding the music and guiding the subject matter and the content, or just giving them concepts to vibe off. Like, yo, this would be crazy if you wrote a song like this. I think it'd be a hit. Translation: if you write a song like this, we will make sure it's a hit because we're going to pay the radios to play it this many times. We're going to pay to make sure you have placement in the top 10 on the, like we're going to pay for it, but they're not going to tell you that because then it messes up the whole hustle. It messes up the scam, right? Because they need you to be confident that you're the one creating these accolades, but really it's the label paying for the stuff, right? Which is why indie guys don't get those things, because indie guys don't have the relationships with the payola. Right? Indie guys don't have the relationships. You know what I'm saying? So, and the relationship is basically the major labels are owned by the same people that own the radio stations. So it's not even really a relationship. They have to tell you that so that you don't think they're breaking monopoly laws, but that's the beauty of Wall Street. See, the beauty of Wall Street is private ownership. So you never know who owns these companies. You think that when you say big pharma, you talking about a different group of people than the people that run the banks, or the people that own the fast food companies, or the people that own the private prisons. Like it's the same. It's the same folks. It's the same folks, right? Yeah, a lot of people were surprised when they found out how much money Michael Jordan was making from the private prisons. It was like, wait, what? Black Jesus? Black Jesus? Are you invested in the private prisons? Of course he is, because he's an athlete in the NBA. In the NBA, they have to pledge allegiance to Democrats. And so, the Larry O'Brien trophy, don't think I'm making it up because today's election day. The Larry O'Brien trophy, which is the championship trophy of the NBA, Larry O'Brien was the head Democrat of, for X amount of years. So when we're watching the NBA, we're literally watching teams compete to get the Democrat trophy. Right? Let me just show y'all that. Because I know, because today's today, I'm going to get somebody that is like, they think I'm making up something or whatever the case may be. Let's type in Larry O'Brien trophy. Here we go. Whoop. Just so y'all can see this. Because you got to know what's going on around you. And listen, don't get it twisted. I found this out from my brother architect. And before I found it out, mind you, I argued him down. This was a heated argument. Because he's not a basketball fan. And y'all know I'm LeBron'd out. So he started coming with all this politics stuff about LeBron and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, nigga, I'm getting ready to hang up. I'm not even getting ready to listen to this. Yeah, I'm closed-minded. I'm almost open-minded. I'm closed-minded. You start talking about LeBron or Drake or Kanye, this call getting ready to, yo, my shit breaking up. My shit breaking up. You know what I'm saying? But I respect his mind. So even after I got off the phone, you know what I'm saying, I had to look it up, at least to try to, be ready for the next phone call so I could just battle his ass and debunk this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I couldn't. There's no debunking it. The facts, like, this is just what it is. I was like, yo, this is kind of scary. It was scary for me because I had grown up on the NBA all my life, and I had never even bothered to think about who this guy was, like what the NBA is centered around, right? But yeah, so the Larry O'Brien Trophy is the championship awarded annually by the National Basketball Association to the winner of the NBA Finals. The trophy originally kept the Walter A. Brown Trophy name of its predecessor until being renamed in 1984. All right, so now let's go ahead and take a look at who this guy is. Bam. That is interesting, right? Oh, we didn't even have to go in there. It's right there on the front street, right? Larry Francis O'Brien Jr. was an American politician and basketball commissioner. He was one of the United States Democrat Party's leading electoral strategist for more than 2 decades. Right? So, yeah. So that's not a made-up thing. Yeah, you can. Yeah, they when they say they keep politics and religion out of sports, that is a lie. Right? You just don't know that it's in there. You know what I'm saying? So for John Q. Public, it's out of sports, but you really realize, you pay attention a little bit more. You go, wait a minute. What is the owner of the NBA team's title? Governor. The owner of an NBA team is called the governor. Right? That's a political name. They could have named them anything. Or they could just be owner of the team. Like, they didn't even need a name. Obviously, there's a reason they're called governors. And all the teams are competing for, the Larry O'Brien, whatever. So anyway, that's that. Right? So there's that. Right? So anyway. Let's say, right? Let's get back to our thought experiment, right? Because the thing is, poverty, atheists are highest amongst the impoverished. The people who have the least amount of money and power are the people who least believe in God. And I know in your mind, you're like, nah, because my auntie them. No. This is overall. Like, the people with money, you cannot separate them from their religion. Period. If you from New York, you know what time it is, especially if you ever been to Brooklyn. Jewish people, you can't stop them from reading the Torah over and like you see them on the train, they just reading the same, and it's the same book. They're reading over and over and over. When they get to the last page, they start right back at the first page. They study it, lifelong study, right? And that's Jewish folks, right? Germans, Catholics, right? Germans is into the Catholic thing. A lot of them is Christians too, but they heavily into the church. Period. They heavily into the church. Even when you get to, you got a lot of Africans and Arabs, right? A lot of them are into the Islamic faith. Some of them are into indigenous belief systems, where they get to the quote unquote old gods, right? But you don't really have atheists at that multimillionaire and billionaire level. Period. You don't really have atheists at all, right? The only people you have at that level that don't practice some sort of system, whether it's Buddhism or wherever it is, the only people that don't have an organized system of worship at that level is people who are Satanists. So they're actively worshiping the other side, right? But you don't get to the multi-million-dollar space or the billion-dollar space without spiritual army, right? So you either with the red team or the blue team. You with the Union or you with the Southern, with the Democrats. You with the Bloods or the Crips, the cops or the robbers. You know what I'm saying? Like Cowboys or the Indians. You know what I'm saying? Like that's yeah. At that time, the lukewarm folks have been spit out long ago. By the time you get to multi-million and billionaire status, you with somebody's spiritual army, one way or another, right? And by the end of this video, you probably will understand a little bit more of how and why, right? How and why. No. The basketball Michael Jordan was invested in private prisons. Trust me. In fact, I'll go a step further, right? Because that story came out. Oh, no, that's a different Michael Jordan. And they showed a Michael Jordan that has money in the private. No. A lot of people, right, that have 9-to-5s, you guys don't even know, but a lot of you are invested in the private prisons. This is where it gets even crazier. You are probably invested in the private prisons right now, a lot of you. So if you have a 401k at your job, you're probably invested in the private prisons. Because those are solid investments as far as the stock market is concerned. You know what I'm saying? As far as the security of your investment, money-wise, unfortunately, those are solid investments. And a lot of people just put money blindly into their 401k and they don't really know where that stuff goes. And even if you ask your job, like your rep or whatever, however they have it structured at your job, if you ask your rep, they'll give you like a breakdown of risk. They don't really get into specifics. They'll just tell you risk. Like you get to choose your risk level. Right. And they'll let you know that the higher your risk, the higher your potential return. Right. But also the higher your potential to lose money. Right. So slow, safe, really safe, that's going to be blue chip stuff and, stuff like that. But you're not going to make much money. Right. But you're not going to lose much money, or at least theoretically anyway. Right. Then you got moderate. Then you got the real, like the aggressive, risky, the more risky stuff where, that they moving the money, faster, going into investments, coming out of investments. They might be in money markets, digital currency, all kinds of stuff. Yep. 401k. because those are solid investments, and they don't have to disclose because nobody really asks. So nobody knows where their money is at in 401k. They just know it's in 401k. And if you ask, they'd be like, oh yeah, it's in a mutual fund. And what's a mutual fund? Basically, stock market. You know what I'm saying? The only difference between playing straight stocks and mutual fund is just like, because your money is going to be included with a lot of other folks' monies, you get to invest in a lot of different things, as opposed to, if you just had a few dollars by yourself, it wouldn't even make a sense to spread you out so thin. But because your money's going to be added to everybody else, all the employees, you know what I'm saying? Whoever they're using, Goldman Sachs or whatever big firm, they're going to be able to buy and sell at wholesale prices, because wholesale and retail also happens in the stock and the bond universe, right? So that's also a thing, right? But anyway, when you get to that space, that's a real thing. So let's go back to our thought process, our thought experiment, right? And don't worry, we got time today, right? So don't worry, like 3 o'clock is not going to come around and then the kids can start, no, we good, we got time. Right. So let's assume that there are folks on this planet that take this God thing very serious. And they also take very serious the obvious, right? Because this is not a secret. It's literally in the Bible that song and dance is the way you communicate with God. So if you don't believe in the Bible, you don't believe in God, then that doesn't mean anything to you, right? But if you do, that becomes very important, right? That becomes very important. And if this is the only way to communicate with God and you can't do it, well, how you going to live? How you going to live? Think about that. That's you got to really sit and like think about that. You know what I'm saying? Even after this video, I want y'all to think about that. Like, think about what these people have, what the thoughts, like, yeah. So you need to come up with an elaborate scheme, because you cannot beat these people into submission. Not for this. Not for this. You cannot enslave people's voices and their ability to channel sound. You can't beat that. You can't gun that down. You can't use force for this. You can't use force for this. Because the very act of force is going to be channeled through these people, right? To God. And that's not what you're trying to do. Right? That's not what you're trying to do, right? What you want to do is find a way to do two things at once, right? You want to, and this story is kind of in the Bible, even though it's like disguised, right? But you have two brothers in the Bible, and it's funny because one of the brothers is supposed to be black and the other one is supposed to be quote unquote red, right? So that's very interesting. But you have this story in the Bible about brothers and how one brother has the blessing and then the other brother has to like con him out of his blessing, out of his birthright. And, so you got this story, and it's very interesting to have the story in there. But that's kind of one of the things that has to be done. You have to get them to loan you their voice. You have to get them to give you their dance and their voice so you could use it. But the thing is, the trick is, you can't do it by force, right? And you cannot let them know the power of their voice and their ability to dance. Because if you let them know, then obviously they're not going to give that to you for anything. They're not going to trade that to you for it. Once they know what that is, they're going to be like, "Are you insane?" Now I know why you want it. I'm gonna keep it. Right? So you have to get the people that have this ability to sing and dance to not understand, to not have a value for it. Right? You got to get them to, like, this doesn't have a value. It's just something that you're, just a talent. Just a talent. You know what I'm saying? And if you can't monetize your talent, then it doesn't have a value. Right? Your talent is only as valuable as the money that you can get from it. Right? And so you then begin to put singing and dancing in the same category as you would like being able to row a boat really fast, or being able to run really fast, or being talented at throwing a football. So now you put singing and dancing in the same category as this. Like, oh, I can throw darts. I'm talented at throwing darts. I'm talented at shooting a bow and arrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm talented at that. I'm talented at playing video games. Niggas play video games now for money. Like, you got millionaires of playing video games and making video. Yeah, I'm talented at video games. So now singing and dancing has been reduced to something like that, right? So it's only as good as you can monetize it, right? So now the people with the money, not the money, the people with the banks. You see, the banks print money. So it's not about actual money, because money is what? Doesn't have a value. See, this is what the early Rothschilds figured out. It was like, oh, wait a minute. Money doesn't mean a thing. The banks, we don't need to get money. We need to get banks. People that don't understand money, they're like, oh, yeah, isn't that the same thing? I mean, a bank is only as valuable as how much people put money in it. You confused. Right? So now the banks, right? And remember, we talk about it in the book, The Rise of the Culture Vultures, that the record labels are banks, right? So remember that a record label is a unique type of bank. It's a tech company combined with a bank, right? A tech company combined with a bank. That's a record label, right? Most of what we have floating around as record labels are not record labels, right? What you're doing is white labeling, right? So Bad Boy is an imprint. It's a white label. It's not a real record label, right? It's not a real record label. There's only like 2 or 3 record labels. Everything else is an imprint. You know what I'm saying? We're going to let you put your face on the brand so you can sell this, so you can market this. And we went through that with Sugar Hill Gang being Germany's first extension into the rap business, right? So people thought Sugar Hill Records was a real record label. It's not. It was an imprint for BMG, which is Germany Music Group, or whatever the case may be. So if niggas think that rap music is anything besides German, they're confused, right? Rap music is not a Jewish thing. Don't listen to Kanye. Kanye's confused, right? Kanye read some stuff that was floating around on the internet and went crazy, because when he was going through his soul searching, he tried to surround himself with conscious niggas. He surrounded himself with goofballs, right? Think about that. Think about Kanye trying to find his spirituality and then bringing Victor around, Dr. Sabi's son, to help coach him with spirituality. The same Victor that sent me his naked pictures. Yeah, that Victor. Right. So that's literally why Kanye was losing his mind. So y'all don't understand how important it is what we do, right? But what preceded Kanye going crazy was him hanging out with Victor. What preceded Puffy changing his name to Brother Love is him hanging out with Brother Polite. Y'all don't understand this, right? But the thinkers have always been important to society, right? But anyway, so real record labels are tech companies combined with bankers. You get imprints. Imprints are not real labels, right? That's why you think about Cash Money Records. Cash Money, what do they tell you about Cash Money? Oh, they had the biggest record deal in history. Wait a minute, I thought there was a record label. What are they doing getting a record deal? Why, if No Limit Records was a real record label, why would they need a deal from Universal? Like, no, clearly Universal is the record label. They're passing them a deal, right? So if you're a real record label, and so even these guys figured this out and they tried to do something on it and it didn't go so well, right? Jay Prince, Irv Gotti, and Suge. They tried to make a real record label, right? They own real record label, distribution, that whole, that didn't work out so well. Yeah, that didn't work out so well. You saw the Fed case and all that happen. And then what happened after the Fed case, right? They brag, the Gottis, they brag about beating the Feds and all that. They didn't beat the Feds. It's just people don't understand what they was looking at. They didn't beat the Feds at all. They got off the case, but when they finished up with the Feds and that whole thing went away, did they ever go back to trying to make that label again? Hell no. Because they learned. Like, oh, you said no, so we cool long as we don't. Got you. Yeah, we won't try that again. We won't try that again. Right. But so anyway, back to our thought thing. Right. So people really believe they got to get you to turn this over. Right. They got to get you to turn over this singing and dancing. Now, let's talk about the lyrics. If every song is a prayer, right? Now, I know people don't believe in God. People don't believe in the Bible and Bhagavad Gita, Quran, and all this other stuff. But let's just imagine in the world of people that do, if every song is a prayer, right? If every song is a communication to God, because God hears every song and responds. Think about Black music. What are we praying for? We're praying for lots of money. We're praying for money. We're praying for sex. And we're praying for violence. Right? We're praying for money. We're praying for sex, and we're praying for violence. So let's just say in a world where people do believe in religion and God and all this and all that, right? God is pretty good at rewarding. Like you ask, you're gonna get it. If you ask for it, you'll get it. Right? I mean, we watch people come out of poverty. Right? Did y'all see how big he looked when he first came out? Don't ask me. I went from ashy to classy and nasty, but still. That's not all. Niggas had the gall to what? Come on, y'all know the lyrics. To pray and pray on my downfall. Pray and pray. This goes out to cats. Fingers in Nate again. Listen, it's a lot of suspect. It's a lot of tricky lyrics that Biggie has. Go back and listen to it. Yo, this nigga Biggie. listen, but we singing these songs and we don't know what we singing. We don't really understand the impact or the lyrics or whatever. We don't really get it. But if you listen to some of these lyrics, clearly the people that are writing these songs and engineering these, they do. Pray and pray. This goes out to cats. Fingers in it again. $50 half a min. Stay dreaming. Get wet like semen. Your whole teaming. Think about, you talk about shooting semen on men. Biggie got some wild lyrics. Your whole teaming. Be more gone than Freeman. See, if I was in the whack clubhouse room, this would be going crazy because they always looking for a reason to go in on New York. But we found the most dangerous, craziest lyrics of all time that Ice Cube said that, you know, it's anyway, but we're not getting into that. Point is, we pray for money in these songs and we get it. So much so that most of our children now just look at rap as a vehicle to do what? Use violence to get them sex and money. And it works. Right? It works. But the thing is, we got to realize that there's a possible side, right? Where we really are creating our environment. Right? We're creating our environment. Right? And that benefits somebody. It benefits somebody. Okay? It clearly doesn't benefit us because we complaining about this. Especially right now. We complaining about this. It's not working out for us. And usually the problem that we complaining about is that somehow our voice and our ability to dance is creating a lot of money. But we're not getting that. We're not getting the money. We're the victims of the violence. Right? We're the victims of the violence. We don't get the money though. Right? We don't get the money. If any crime happens, we will get the time, right? We'll get the penalty. We won't get the money, right? Didn't they just catch these? I don't know if y'all following. Didn't they just catch these guys stealing expensive watches and all kind of shit from Young Thug, the state? Yo, this shit crazy. Can't make this up, right? But they use the sex and the drugs to make you feel special. Right? They use the sex and the drugs to make you feel special. Right? They use the sex and the drugs to make you feel special, keep you asleep. And if you should happen to wake up to any of this, well, you'll find out that they may have been recording some of the stuff that you've been doing while you high, that they taught you how to do. Yeah, well, they've been recording you doing it. So you start waking up. You start demanding some of this. Oh, they're getting ready to use this and this to get you some time. If you done worked yourself into a situation where they can't get you with this, yeah, because if you wake up, some violent, freak accident will happen, some violent, the ops, something like that. But if you done insulated yourself in a certain type of way, they can't get you right here. So you're going to find out that some of your drug-induced sexcapades will be used against you later. Right? And they're not going to take into a fact that you were in a drug-induced, zombified state for years. They're not going to introduce the fact that they done had your ass on opioids for 10, 20 years. They're not going to mention that. They're going to say, you're a monster and da-da-da-da. And technically you are. Like, we don't care how but because you should have. That's the thing. That's where the selling the soul comes in, right? So it's important for us to get this prayer thing down, right? And trust me, I'm not in any rush to get to the meat and potatoes because I want people to tune out that shouldn't be here. So if you haven't been sending cash apps and buying these books and all that, technically you're a freeloader, and this video is not for you. Feel free to tune out. Feel free to tune out, right? And you don't have the books anyway, so it's cool. So you'll get some stuff, some jewels that you'll get from this, but you won't be able to really. So remember I told y'all about LeBron and this guy? When people start talking about LeBron doing his pregame ritual where he throws the powder in the air and he does a ritual. People are like, that's not a ritual. That's his pregame what? That's his pregame what? Anything you do over and over and over and over and over, it's a ritual. If you make somebody repeat something over and over and over and over, it's called a mantra. Or it's called the chorus. It's a mantra or a chorus. Wait, so every chorus is a mantra? Absolutely. So the technical word is called chorus, but the euphemistic word is called the hook. Because the hook, right? The hook is how you do what? What do you do with a hook? You go fishing with a hook, right? What did the Bible say? You got to become fishers of men, right? Well, how do you go fishing? You got to have bait, right? You got to have bait. You got to put the hook. You got to put the bait on the hook. Okay. I start going too fast for niggas, and then they get crazy. I start going too fast, then they get crazy. No, that's a fact. Big was wilding. Big was wilding. Big was wilding. But Ice Cube, listen, Ice Cube got some lyrics too. Ice Cube got some lyrics, man. That's all I'm gonna say. So Ice Cube is not absolved. So when you go through these lyrics, it's almost like these guys were speaking into existence this world that we living in now. It gets spooky. It gets spooky because you go through all these lyrics, they all have these super, like, bro, if you're a straight man, why are you saying these things? Like, what are you doing? Why would you be saying these things? Right? Fingers in your ass and shooting semen on you, and you look so good. I'll suck on your daddy's. Like, what? Like, Biggie got some wild. And this is just, I'm just sticking with Biggie because we already opened up the can of worms on Biggie. And I don't want to go through the rest of the artists, whether they East Coast or West Coast, and violate because I still love the, I love rap. The criminal indictments. I'm already addicted. Listen, when you break an addiction, you never not like it. Like if you're addicted to alcohol, you learn not to drink alcohol, but it's not like you don't still, get a taste. You know what I'm saying? If you smoke cigarettes or you quit cigarettes, or you still in certain circumstances think about a cigarette romantically. Like, damn, a cigarette would be nice right now with this meal, or a cigarette would be nice right now with this cup of wine right here, or this Heineken, this cold beer at the game, or whatever. Like, you still have those moments where your addiction just is what it is, right? But yeah, Big was wild, right? My nigga Gutter, what he said, do and throw him over the bridge. That's how it is. It is laid out. Look, that beef shit. That shit is played out. I got to go.
All I make is one phone call. All y'all disappear by tomorrow. All your guns is borrowed. I don't feel sorrow. Actually, your man passed the gat to me. So now think about it. Doesn't it make sense that people could be killed over lyrics? Doesn't it make sense that people could be killed over lyrics? Yes, there's no such a thing as just lyrics. We've been brainwashed to think that it's just lyrics, right? So we now are on the wrong side of this brainwashing, and we're deep on the wrong side of this brainwashing because now we're like, oh yeah, it's just lyrics. How are people getting killed over lyrics? How are people getting, what do you mean? Why we don't say it's just lyrics when niggas is getting, when Kanye uses rap to become a billionaire, how come we saying, how come he made $1 billion? Ain't it just lyrics? Clearly, it's not just lyrics. If you can generate multi-millions of dollars, billions of dollars, if you can influence the world, think back to Michael Jackson. Do y'all remember Michael Jackson? Hold on. Michael Jackson used to go through, like, on tour into Europe, and like the royal families, their kids, the princesses and princes and little duchess, and I don't even know what the hell you call them niggas, like whatever. Like all of that, they used to be like jumping, diving in front of the nigga car and all kind of shit. Like, oh my God, just sign your name on my face. Like, these is princes and princesses from all around the world. And what did Michael Jackson do? He sang and he danced. That's it. He sang and danced, right? So, you know, you got to think, if there's a system where singing and dancing has to be co-opted, if there's a system where the singers have to be, you got to ask yourself these other questions, right? Because they'll help you start to put value in places where maybe you don't have a value, right? But if the singers and the producers of the music have to be like spiritually co-opted to the point where they got to be drugged, like the ones that don't go along willingly, they got to be drugged into doing some shit that they wouldn't like. Why? You got to ask yourself why. Because if you're not from the neighborhood, trust me, you don't know. But I grew up seeing people killed all the time. So the cost of life is cheap. So don't think like, oh, they're selling their soul. No. Niggas will sell souls. They will steal a soul. That's killing somebody. They will steal a soul over $15. Like, you let somebody ass bet $20 at a dice game. The knives or the guns is coming out. So the cost of life is cheap, where the quote unquote talent pool is, right? So you don't need to do no weird thing to nobody's anus or with no sex rituals and none of that to get a young kid that's coming out of poverty to sell a soul. He'll gladly trade that in. That's like Blimpie for the I pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. It's something else, right? It's something else. They need your soul to have certain types of stains on it. Yeah, and you need to have certain type of stains on your soul, right? Yeah. Anyway, let's get over here into some prayer stuff. Let's look at some prayer stuff. We're gonna look at some science stuff, and then we're gonna look at a holy roller, so to speak, and we're just gonna see what we can pull out of this prayer stuff real quick, right? So let's go with the holy roller first, because this is a 5-minute video with the holy roller, right? So we're gonna do this. And I like him because,
if you don't read a lot, then you ain't gonna really know all this stuff. But for people that's interested in what this guy is talking about and how he's talking about it, you can always go get you one of these. Now, what is it? What is that? That is like the cheat code to understanding the structuring of religion around like Christianity, Catholic stuff, and blah, like that whole dynamic, how religion is structured around the concept of the Holy Trinity. Okay, so you got the Father, the Mother, the Son, which is the Kemetic. That's the Kemetic version. The Father, the Mother, the Son. The biblical version, ladies, they did get a little crazy, respectfully. They cut y'all out of the picture. They did cut the ladies out of the picture. So the Father, the Mother, and the Son turned into the Father, the Holy Ghost, and the Son. Yeah, ladies got a little violated. Ladies got a little violated. Right? But that's only from a perspective of personal entitlement. Because you could look at it like ladies were elevated in that scenario. Because the Father is anthropomorphized. The Son is anthropomorphized. The Mother is not. The Mother is still a divine power. Right? So there's one way you could look at it, like you've been kind of brainwashed and say, oh, the Bible is anti-women. Cup's half empty. Cup's half full. You can look at it that way if you want. If you need personal recognition. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, I don't see where they say that the woman, the mother. Hold on. She's still in her divine power. The Father and the Son, they done brought them down to human level. So you can look at it like you ain't been given credit because your name, you ain't there. But in another level, you can look at it from an opposite perspective and be like, well, all right, EnQi, damn it. That's why we got to stop listening to EnQi. EnQi makes too much sense. And I was happier being angry with men than I think I am happy with EnQi resolving that in a way that we're back equal and in love again. Yeah, see, that's a problem. You need to wrestle with that. All right, so let's listen to the Holy Roller and see what he's got.
Is about to begin. What up, everybody, and welcome back to Catholic Bro Code, where I share with you the written and unwritten codes of navigating through high school as a Catholic brother. My name is Daniel Glaze. If you're which prayer works, all of this definition of just knowledge of I'm calling it the science of prayer, and I'm calling it the science of prayer for I'm calling it the science of prayer.
Yo, that's crazy. Now, see me, I know I'd be a little crazy with the numbers, but that's crazy that the part where he starts actually talking about the science of the prayer is at the 120 mark. Hey, just saying, don't worry about these numbers. Just interesting to me. That's all. Just interesting to me.
Prayer. And I'm calling it the science of prayer for two reasons. One, when it comes to science, I'm talking about the classical definition of just knowledge of knowing of something. So knowing how prayer is broken down, to know prayer so we can enter into its mystery with faith. And two, to break down the system, I guess, in which prayer works.
Okay. So just in case you didn't know, right? That was masonry right there. He probably don't even know what he's saying, but once he starts talking about entering into the mystery, he doesn't realize that he's talking about the mystery schools. Like once you start talking about, that's what they were teaching in the mystery schools, right? Which is the reason why the only other place that you will find this word right here still in use outside of the Bible is in Freemasonry. Just saying. Just saying. Also, that word is used with Noble Drew Ali and how Noble Drew Ali created the, his program, right? Just saying.
All of this will make sense at the end of the video, but first we need to define what prayer is. So to get technical, the Catechism, my favorite book, says that prayer is the raising of one's mind or but first we need to define what prayer is. So to get technical, the Catechism, my favorite book, says that prayer is. So to get technical, the Catechism, my favorite book, says that prayer is the raising of one's mind or heart to God, or the.
Let's just stop right there because it starts to get the going fast. Especially if you don't know what you're listening to. So he just said the raising, right, of one's heart or mind to God. So right there, heart and mind are used synonymously, right? Heart and mind are only used synonymously in the Bible, in Freemasonry, and in ancient Egypt. Right, which is the reason why we have a book called, I'm looking around for it. Is this you right here? No. Well, I can't find it. Yo, I never could find them when I gotta reorganize this. I don't get a chance to, because every time I organize the books, I start writing another book and then I gotta go in there and mess up the books. Right. But oh, I know it's on my bed. But anyway, I have a book called the Ib book, right? The Ib book, right? Because in ancient Kemet, they had two terms for the heart. One for the heart, like the heart, which was related to the stomach, whole nother conversation. But then the heart as in the center of the mind, right? So we have raising the heart or the mind to God, right? Raising the heart or the mind to God. All right.
The requesting of something good from God, and in short, it's a surge of the heart to our Creator. Now, the word Creator is from God, of one's mind or heart to God, or the requesting of something good from God, and in short, it's a surge of the heart to our Creator. Now, the word Creator.
Did he just use the word surge? You see? So somebody knew some time ago, right? This is biblical back in the days. This is a long time ago. Somebody knew that something about some electromagnetism. It's electromagnetism. All it's some science. It's in there because surge is electric. It's electric. I'm not making up this stuff. Like that's why I'm letting somebody else say it. I got the book, right? I got the book, so I could go right through the book because I know I done already went through the book 1,000 times, so I know exactly where he's coming with what he's coming from. You know what I'm saying? So I could have just read you out of the book, but I prefer sometimes to let somebody else say it because it's better than we could just break it down. Right? Because I don't want y'all to think that EnQi's coming up with all this stuff. It's just the people in the church don't really know what they're doing. Because the church, not just the church, but most temples, most organized systems of prayer, you don't know it, but they're using your prayer for other stuff. You don't know it, but they're using your prayer for other stuff, right? So you don't know that while you in there praying, right? Say, for instance, you in there praying to pay your rent. You praying for your mom that's sick. You praying for whatever, right? There's the actual thoughts that you thinking that you praying for, but then there's the actual wave that's created by your brain that you're sending out into the wave guide. We're going to get to that, right? The wave guide is the new scientific term for what in ancient Egypt they called shu. Right? So today's wave guide is just a scientific, this guy. Right? So what the ancient Egyptians attributed to shu, today they will attribute to the wave guide. Right? And this is basic science, but this is one of them things that's just not for share. Like once you got it, you can go look it up. But until somebody tells you, hey, this is this, you'll never know. Right? And so this is where you get into now, because I know some of y'all, it's light bulbs, it's already starting to go off. Because some of y'all understand the geometry, right? The acoustic geometry, right? The science of reverberation, resonance, and echoing, right? They build churches and temples and places of worship with a very specific geometry. And the geometry is all based on sound. There's a reason. There's a reason. Right? But anyway, my man says surge. So the heart is surging to God. Can't make this up. Now, mind you, this is a holy roller. He ain't into no Egypt, Satan, nothing. He ain't into nothing. This is 100% Bible teacher. It's just, you didn't know, right? You didn't know.
Creator is key. And in short, it's a surge of the heart to our creator. Now, the word creator is key here because it sets the foundation of prayer, humility.
See, all this time, we didn't know that the heart was, this magnetic field. We didn't know. We didn't know. Now you know. If you don't know, now you know, nigga.
Before we can truly approach prayer, we must humbly recognize that we are receiving this gift of prayer from our Creator and we are His creation, which is kind of awesome because not only are we seeking God in prayer, but God is seeking to be in a relationship with us.
Hold on. Come on, bro. You trying to mess up my video?
But where exactly does that relationship take place? Where is the source of our prayer? The Catechism tells us that though the whole man prays, the source of our prayer comes from our hearts. It is our heart that prays.
Are there any Masons that are watching this video? If there's any Masons that are watching this video, you are already done. You're already done. You're like, wait a minute. Hold on. You probably done went and pulled your books out. It sounds like, just saying. Yeah.
Which is a little abstract to understand, but if you think about it, it makes sense because our heart.
It's a little abstract to understand. How do we grow brain cells? Abstract study. Wait, so the brain grows. So your brain is hardwired for this. Your brain grows from abstract study. If you study religion, religion teaches in parables and certain types of weird riddles. It's abstract study. Abstract study is the only thing that grows the brain. So, wait a minute. But the abstract study, because a lot of the Bible, they show where a lot of this comes from older papyri. What does that mean? That just means that our study of God and organized worship has always had abstract study at the root. So that means at the earliest times of civilization, we understood that the power to increase the power of our brain is a specific type of study, abstract study. Alzheimer's, dementia, all of those things has as a caveat no neurogenesis. Neurogenesis is like the number one thing to fight those things. So abstract study is embedded in these concepts of studying. It doesn't matter what you choose. You could be Muslim, Buddhist. You can go back to some Kemetic, get back to some ancient Islam or whatever you want to do. These abstract concepts are still going to be embedded. Right? Still going to be embedded. Right? So that means, hold on. I just want to put this on the record. So that means, right? It doesn't matter if you know that Ecclesiastes means a public speaker, right? It doesn't matter if you know the meaning of Ecclesiastes as a public speaker or public speaking, right? It doesn't matter if you know the instructions. What? Come on. Who got the Legault book? What does it say on page 383? It doesn't matter if you get the instruction of Ptah Hotep or you just get the Bible. It's going to have the same effect in your brain. So you can get the instruction of Ptah Hotep if you feel more comfortable with that, or you could just read the Bible. All right? It'd probably be harder for you to find you a copy of the instructions of Ptah Hotep laying around. Just saying, right? But you can get the Bible, same thing. Same thing. Right? If you apply your mind, you will get the same results, right? Just for the people all the way in the back, because you got the smart niggas that's all the way in the back. They're like, well, hold up, but I know because the Bible, no, because this part came from this part and this part came. That's cool. Nobody's disputing that. Right? I just was never one of those people to let that separate me from the study of the Bible. I think that's stupid. I've always thought that was stupid, for the record. Right? People trying to prove, because here's the argument. You have the guys that promote Kemet, or at least, superficially promote Kemet anyway. And they want to debate you to prove that the Bible is not real because it's copied from ancient Kemet. My question has always been ignored because my question ruins the whole concept of the debate. I'm like, hold up. So if you say that that's where all of the real science is at, and you're also saying this is a copy of that, I'm sorry, why shouldn't I be studying this one again? If I'm studying the copy, I mean, I don't know what you're saying. If I'm studying the copy, this is pretty good. Because it's better than studying nothing. Like if I studied nothing, then I get none of that information. If I study this one, I get a copy of that same thing, right? This is pretty good. So I think I'm going to lock in with this. In fact, for me, I was like, oh, so this is a copy of that? Good. I need to learn this and I need to learn that. So let me get all of those. And what is that over there? Is that the Quran? Yeah, let me get that. Let me get that. And what else? Oh, is that a Bhagavad Gita over there? Ooh, yeah, let me get some of that. I'll have a large order of Quran, Torah, papyri with a side of I'll have a side of Bhagavad Gita, and let me get a large Upanishads with ice. I'm gonna take me a Upanishads with ice with that. Let me get all that. Put all that on my tray. I need all that right there. Oh my goodness. I tried to work with the brother. Can't work with the brother. Brother, you cannot be in here promoting that foolishness. Respectfully. So let's go over here. In fact, let's go from here to here.
But another way the history goes is into a renewed discussion about religion. But another way the history goes is into a renewed discussion about religion, and particularly into a discussion about the possibility that religious faith, in particular, as opposed to just faith in your doctor or faith in the pill you're about to take, might produce really, really powerful healing effects, sort of act like a super potent kind of placebo effect. And this is a book that explores this. It leads surprisingly, the reason they're wired for God is because it's good for their health to be wired for God. Believing in God is good for your health because, after all, over millions of years, we didn't have modern medicine. We didn't have antibiotics. All we had was, to protect us against the ravages of disease, really, was whatever we were able to sort of do with roots and herbs and our belief in God or whatever kind of higher power. Now, this wired for God argument is certainly some kind of a claim for a link between spirituality and health. You can't deny that we're back in the realm. But the exact significance of this claim isn't completely clear. At least it's ambiguous. What are we saying here? Are we basically reducing religious faith to an evolutionary adaptation, and therefore at the same time reducing God to a kind of a useful illusion that we believe in because we have to, because we're wired to believe in it, but not because there's any rational reason to believe in it? Or are we not saying that? Are we saying, well, actually, there's being wired for God doesn't imply anything about whether or not God exists, and in fact, as some people have said, it's even more likely now that we think we're wired for God that God really exists, because why would we have all this wiring unless he wanted us to be able to sense his presence? That's not. So, for the time being, this piece of the research enterprise is just living with the ambiguities. And again, the history continues. But there's nothing ambiguous about the larger implications of the final claim that I want to review with you today, because this is what it says. Prayer works. It doesn't work because it just gives you a sense of connection to other people, or because it might reduce your stress, or because it might evoke endogenous healing capacity to produce some sort of placebo effect. Prayer itself changes people's health in ways that are independent of all these other factors, indeed are independent of all known psychological and physiological mechanisms that we might otherwise want to evoke. Prayer works. So where does this idea come from? Well, the best place to locate it historically is in the rise of statistics in the late 19th century, and specifically to an idea that Charles Darwin's cousin, Francis Galton, came up with to use these newly emerging mathematical tools to address some big social questions. And one of the big questions that he thought would be kind of fun to address was whether or not God still maintains an active presence in the modern world. For example, he said, does God still answer prayers? And is there any way you could use statistics to actually find out? And he thought you could. And this is what he did. In the Anglican Book of Common Prayer, in the services that are laid out in the Anglican Book of Common Prayer, there are instructions that the congregation must pray for the health of the royal family. So every time a service is held in an Anglican church, the people pray for the health of the royal family. And Galton, thinking about that, said, well, this family must be the most prayed for people in the entire nation. And therefore, if God is listening to all these people, they should be healthier, shouldn't they? They should be living longer. So do they? And this is what he found. And I won't go into this. There's more you can say about all these data, but let's just focus on the on the number that I put up in red and compare it with the people against whom he compared. These are mortality rates. This is age of death on average. He eliminated, because he wanted to be fair about it, death by accident or some sort of untoward. He was looking at death by natural cause. And what he found is that the royal family actually lived a shorter period, lived less long than anyone else on the list. So you laugh a little, and a lot of people were kind of laughing back then. It all seemed pretty fun. But and it was intended in the sense, obviously, to be a bit of a poke in a time when the scientific naturalists were increasingly sort of getting more muscle behind their cause. And as you might expect, the clergy were all aflutter about this and said, you can't do this. You can't try to put God under to the test like this. You can't quantify prayer. And the debate kind of went in the ways you could imagine. But it didn't end. In our own time, we're still tempted by the idea of numbers, of statistics, and of the idea that you can use numbers to investigate the power of whether or not God is actually answering people's prayers. But the way that people are doing it now is within the framework of the gold standard methodology of evidence-based medicine, the clinical trial. Here's the study that got everybody all agitated, because it seemed, after a series of less successful studies in the 60s and 50s, it seemed to have actually found something. Randolph Beard's positive therapeutic effects of intercessory prayer in a coronary care unit population. 393 patients admitted to the CCU of a San Francisco General Hospital. Patients randomly assigned to two groups. One of the groups would be prayed for, another group would not be prayed for, although they didn't forbid family members from praying and others, and this led to all sorts of strange conversations about prayer dosage and background prayer, because, well, anyway, but they had these intercessors, these people, these prayers, all born-again Christians, all who claimed to pray daily. And these intercessors were now asked to pray daily for the speedy recovery of these patients with no complications. That was the instruction. And what Beard finds is that there's no difference in the speed of recovery, but he does find a difference, a statistically significant difference, but on 6 of the measures that he was using to investigate differences in complications post-surgical recovery. The prayed for patients did better on 6 of his measures. And this seemed like persuasive stuff to Beard. It obviously seemed like persuasive stuff to the, what was the magazine, the journal that published it, the Southern Medical Journal that published it.
So it's in the scientific journals, just saying. And now this is not, I want y'all to understand, this is not, because clearly this is not the purpose of the video, because that wouldn't be my discovery, right? Because she's talking about somebody else breaking it down and boo, boo, boo. These are just also other things. These are also other things, right? This is not what this ain't where we're going. This is just add-ons to what we're talking about. Right? So just hang in there. It's only a few more minutes of this. Yeah, we got 2-3 more minutes.
The metaphysical importance or import of what he was doing seemed clear to Beard. If you read the article, you'll see there's a footnote on which he acknowledges those who contributed to the study, and he includes God as one of the, I won't call him colleagues, but one of the individuals or factors to whom he acknowledges thanks for the study, for his role in the study. Now, since Beard, this is 1988, there have been a number of attempts to replicate or to build on, and they've been quite mixed. There was a study in 1999 that was carried out by William Harris in Kansas. He claims to have essentially replicated, but on the other hand, all the factors there were no overlapping factors in terms of the kinds of factors that patients improved on. But still, patients broadly seem to get a bit better or to have fewer complications post-surgery in his group also than in Beard's. And he had a larger population sample, so some people were kind of excited by this. But then Harris's study was subjected to some quite severe methodological criticism, and so it took a certain cloud got cast over it. Herbert Benson, funded by the Templeton Foundation, which we might want to talk about more in this as a part of this whole picture during the discussion, was given the go-ahead to attempt a definitive multi-site study, but he's never published his data. So it remains kind of unresolved.
All right. It's only unresolved for you, lady, because y'all don't got Dr. EnQi on the case. Y'all need Dr. EnQi on the case, right? And trust me, it was a long time period of me figuring this thing out, right? But the science is right there, and you will realize that I've been telling y'all about this the whole time. It's spread out through all the books that's on Amazon. It's even in the books way before we was on Amazon, right? It's in the song, Sound Becomes Light, right? The carbon disc spinning with the carbon needle, right? And what's the carbon disc spinning with the carbon needle? It's doing what? It's recording electromagnetic waves, right? When we did the human engineering class, what was the intro? Radio, right? Radio, right? All right. So let's talk about, let's get into our bag, right? Let's get into our bag. Before I erase this, who is this guy? Anybody know who's this guy? Anybody knows what this is? Keep your mouth shut. Shut. Right? Shut. Let's play around. Let's get literate. Before we move on, let's get literate. Let's play around. Let's do some word games. Let's do some spells, right? Let's do some spelling. Right? What is this? Shut. What does shut mean? Let's look it up. Let's look up the word shut. Let's see if we can do, you know how we do our thing. Let's see what we can find over here. Yeah, let's see what we could find over here. Shut etymology. All right, let me get y'all over here. Oh, hell no, that's not what I'm trying to do. Sorry about that. Oh, y'all didn't see it. Okay, good. All right, so here we go. Bang. I didn't type in nothing crazy. See? Shut etymology. That's it. See, look at this. German. So you know where that word comes from. Shut. Right? Look at that. Isn't that funny? Look at this. Shut is a Dutch version of this word, but the English one is shoot. Hold up. Shoot. Interesting. Because the original pronunciation is somewhere in between shut and shoot, right? It's a shoot. That's when it gets, so that's different. You got shut, you got shoot, and then you got shoot. This is a shoot, right? This is a shoot. Is that terrible? That's terrible, right? Yeah, that's terrible. I don't know that. I'm not good. That we're just gonna say feather. We're just gonna say feather. I'm not gonna try to draw it, right? But Shu is the god of electricity, right? The god of electricity, and his feather, right? Which you probably thought listening to these goofy niggas, right? That's supposed to be Kemetic scholars, but they was teaching you all this time until maybe roughly about 10 years ago when I started like calling them out, exposing them. They was teaching you that it was called the feather of Ma'at. No such thing as a feather of Ma'at. That does not exist. No such thing as a feather of Ma'at. The feather belongs to Shut, or rather it belongs to Shu, and it's called the Shut. So sometimes you'll see it spelled with like the comma in there, right? It's called the Shut. Anyway, let's look and see what we can dig up over here. What we got over here? Clothes. Okay, that's interesting, right? You know why this is interesting? Clothes. You don't see the relation between a feather? Okay, so the god of electricity, his symbol is a feather, right? The god of electricity, right? Which is a part of the scientific trinity, right? The scientific trinity is electricity, magnetism, and light. Right? Light would be the Christ. That would be the son. That's the child of the father and the mother. Right? So when electricity and magnetism come together, alternating electric and magnetic fields creates electromagnetic radiation. Right? So the father and the mother give birth to. Okay. Anyway, so the god of electricity symbol is a feather. Right? And the human body is electric. Right? So what happens if you have an open circuit? It's dead. An open circuit is dead. A closed circuit is life. Right? So interesting. Shut came to us as close or closed, right? Which is how a circuit needs to be for electricity to go to life, right? You give life, right? The breath of life, right? The breath of life. What is in, is there actually electricity in the air? Can electricity be generated from air? Anyway, right? Just stuff to think about. These are things that make you go, Right? Now look at this. This is interesting. Discharge. Discharge being a part of this is interesting. Right? Discharge. Right? Closed, enclosed. Right? Enclosed. Enclosed. I'm sorry. So in the Bible, right? Just saying, because this is purely coincidental, right? I'm not implying anything by saying this, but I just feel like I should say it. In the Bible, life is supposed to come from the garden, right? But the garden is enclosed, right? It's enclosed, right? It's an enclosure. So it's a closed. Yeah, okay. All right. All right, so then you got Shet, which is Georgia vernacular, right? All right, so we got it. Okay, we got that. Okay. So we done had y'all here for 2 hours with circumstantial stuff. Let's start getting to the meat and potatoes. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. You'll actually realize that we've already been at the meat and potatoes, but or what? The kale and the mushrooms, or what, how we want to? Okay. So let's talk about one of our teachings, right? One of our teachings is that energy spirit. Right? It's another one of our teachings. That energy, the same energy, can be used to power something or for data, right? Power and data is both transmitted, translated, carried, initiated energy, right? Here's the easiest way we can look at this. How do we have internet? Right? Internet is literally information transmitted as energy, right? And we only have 2 ways of doing that reliably so far, right? You have copper cables and glass tubes. Copper cables, glass tubes. That's it. Technology gets simple when you start reducing it to the core concepts. You have copper wires, right? And glass tubes. Now, the glass tubes is used exclusively for information. You don't really have the glass tubes being used for power, right? But you have the copper being used for both, right? So the copper can be used for both, right? So when you plug your plug into the wall to charge your laptop, to charge your cell phone, to plug in your TV, your lights, whatever, there's copper in there, right? Copper's in there, right? Copper. But copper is really special because copper does something else. Copper does something else. Copper is magic. Yeah, copper is magic. So when you saw the magic wands, right, and you saw people, you know, like in the fantasy stories and all that, and they show you like Harry Potter, right? Harry Potter for most people is like the most realistic, magical stuff they, you know. But that's not, it's still fantasy. In the real world, a real magic wand would be made out of copper, right? Because copper does something that makes it magical. Right? Copper picks up radio waves. Copper picks up radio waves. Copper picks up radio waves. Some of you have heard these things. Some of you have heard some of these things, right? Especially if I get somebody, you know, somebody that's watching, they used to work for a cable company. If you work for a cable company or you work for like a telephone company, it's literally you had to go through training to learn this. You know what I'm saying? Like this is in your training right here. Right? They just, because of our brainwashing when we grow up, we don't really fully accept this information in the way that we should be receiving it. Right? Because what you have to understand is this is just natural copper. This is raw, natural copper. It doesn't have to be treated specially in order for it to do what? Conduct energy for power, or for it to conduct energy as data. Just copper does that. Right? And you can do some stuff to enhance these qualities in copper. Right? You can coil the copper. Right? You can use a crystal to fine tune the radio signals that the copper picks up. Right? You can do some of those things to fine tune it, but just natural copper is magically imbued like nothing else on earth. Like nothing else. Copper does all this magic here. Right? So I want you to just put some special emphasis on this. Because this right here, this is where the magic of prayer happens, right in here. This right here. The magic of prayer is right in here. So if I just wrote this down, shut the video off, I would have thoroughly done my job. But I would be leaving it up for you guys to extrapolate the information, right? Which I'm not going to do. Right? Which I'm not going to do. We're not shutting the video off. We're going in. Right? Now, I want you to get this. Right? So, energy in its more savage form, copper. Right? So, copper is used for electricity. Right? Copper is also used for data. Right? The glass tubes, though, the glass tubes is more expensive, right? And the glass tubes only really are good at transmitting energy for information purposes. Because the glass tube uses a mirror system so that it can conduct or just basically allow light to travel through the glass tubes. So it uses infinite kind of reflection to send light. like Job 38:35. Can you send the lightning so that they come out on the other end and talk to you? This is in the Bible, strangely enough. It's in there. You got to wrestle with how it got in there. This is some advanced shit our most advanced technology is based on this, and this is in the Bible. Yeah, so there's that. Figure that out. So you got to think to yourself, okay, now when was the Bible written? Okay, they remixed it in 325. But before that, they start finding the books all over the place, because Bible literally means the books. And these books was over here. These books was over here. Some of these books is, thousands and thousands of years old. Some of these are stories that have been. So, yeah. Somebody knew something. Somebody knew something. That's all I'm saying. Right? So now, here's a little thing here. Here's a little caveat. Right? This copper that does this and this and this, like this whole little electromagnetic, luminous, this whole thing here. Right? This whole program. This is the same copper that you're made out of. Everybody. White, yellow, orange, red, brown, black. The entire spectrum of humans. Copper is crucial. Copper is crucial for you. Right? Copper is crucial for you. Copper is literally the thing that, the mineral, right? Copper works with vitamin C to make flesh. Sound becomes light. Light becomes. Copper and vitamin C make tissue. Like copper with vitamin C help your body to synthesize tissue, to synthesize collagen, to synthesize bone. Right? So think about this. Your radio, like your FM radio, because remember, I live in Detroit based on a lecture I did in Detroit 10 plus years ago, maybe 15, I don't know, it was a long time ago, right? But I did a lecture in Detroit, I would say probably 12 years ago, something in that space, right? A 2-day lecture at Nandi's in which we built a radio live, a crystal radio in the class, and we explained all this back then. So this is not new. I've been trying to get this understanding. We just have this convo now because I think we need to understand the importance of prayer and why we're built the way we're built, right? And you can't really understand that connection with the song and the dance to God thing. Like none of that fully makes sense. Like it's not going to be grounded in science without this part, right? So we could turn off the video and then that'll just be some old weird spiritual belief shit, but that's not, we don't do that, right? We do have our beliefs, but right? Okay. So the other thing, besides everybody having copper, right? Everybody having copper, is that copper, oddly enough, is also associated with that melanin stuff. Yeah. That's the other part. Yeah. So there's that, right? So the people with the singing and dancing, they got something going on with this here. They got something going on with this here. The people with the singing and dancing got something going on with this. And yes, this is also kind of in the book, right? Because all throughout the book, they got these stories about brass and bronze. Brass and bronze. Just know every time you hear about brass or bronze, they're talking about this, right? The only difference between brass or bronze is the other stuff, right? So if we're talking about brass, we're talking about copper and zinc. Copper and zinc is literally the two minerals that make melanin. If we're talking about bronze, then you got copper, tin, zinc, and like maybe one or two other things, right? So you're talking about what? Being the metallurgist, being a blacksmith, right? And if you dig into your spiritual system far enough, you're probably going to hear a mythological story about a blacksmith somewhere in there, right? That's because metals play a very important role in your biochemistry, right? So nowadays with science, we talk about minerals and we talk about metalloenzymes, right? So you have minerals, right? Which we don't really think of as metals, but these are metals, right? These are metals, right? That's why you need to look at that periodic table. Periodic table will tell you these are alkali, earth metals, and this is, yeah, tell you to break it down for you, right? But copper, right? Jesus had the skin of burnt brass. Interesting. Interesting, right? Just interesting. Right, so this is in there. This is in there. This is a key feature everywhere. Everywhere, this guy is in there. This guy pops up in a lot of places. Right. So hopefully y'all got this. It's burned into your mind. Right. Hopefully you took a snapshot, picture, pause the video, take a, do what you need to do. Right? It's another reason why the books are so important, because when we come with our own firsthand research, we got to have it in print. So that way, when people start swagger jacking, we know, oh no, that's ours right there. You could run that. How you go? They want to take it and run with it. That's cool. I was the first one with it. It's not cool though. Right. All right. So we're gonna just put this over here and let that sit right there for a second. All right. We're gonna put that there. Right. And when the next book come out, you're gonna see how this also is important for the next. I'm getting y'all ready for the next. Right. Okay, so let's do it like this. So let's get on our, right? We're just gonna throw them up here just to show some love to the OGs, right? I'm gonna get my man Robert Becker up in there. Damn, I should have moved him down. But we're just gonna throw these two guys up here, because these are the two guys that really created the paradigm that we all live in now in the holistic space. Right? The body is electric. Right? The body is electric. Right? The body is electric. Right? So we're getting ready to go. This where we're going. Right? This is where we're going. Right? This is where we're going in a second. Right? But I want to sit in some of this stuff. Like sometimes we got to sit in something to really pull out everything we can get from it. Because we hear this, we done heard this term so much that I don't think people's really absorbing it. Right? And there's really only one thing that I need you to really grasp. Right? This, right? This is the origin of this. This is the origin of this. This is the origin of this. Right? Okay. Okay. So, a radio. Forget about radio waves for a second. Let's just think about a radio. Right? A radio that picks up FM and AM, right? A real old school classic radio, not CDs and this and that and all that. An old school radio, a radio, right? You go back to Marconi and all them guys, right? Tesla and Marconi and all them guys figuring out how to radio waves and blah, 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 blah. Okay. When we get those historic stories and how they teach it in school, they make it mad complicated so you can't understand how simple it is. Okay, it's very simple. Okay, a radio is made out of a coiled copper, right? And if you're watching this channel, chances are you've been somewhere with some conscious, woke, something or other, and you done been there with the guy selling all the copper jewelry, telling you how deep it is and how it's going to heal you up and blah, 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 right? You done bought you some copper bracelets with the magnets on it. If you ain't buy no conscious if you ain't buy no copper bracelets with the magnets, your ass ain't conscious, right? Like Joe Biden said when he was getting elected, if you don't vote for Joe Biden, you ain't black. Listen, I'm telling you now, as the authority on consciousness, you ain't buy it. Nobody convinced you to buy one of them copper bracelets for $10 with the magnets of the. You ain't really conscious, right? Because at some point you were supposed to be interested in electromagnetism and the copper, and yeah, you should have bought you some bracelets. I'm not saying you should have none right now, but I'm just saying, even though that still got me some nice, yeah. Anyway, right? But I just want you to know it's a coiled piece of copper, and the tuner, right? So like when you tune the dial, you know, you got 98, 104, 101, like the different stations. What you're doing is moving the crystal. You're moving the crystal, you're sliding the crystal along the copper, right? As you slide it along the copper, you'll pick up different frequencies that are in the air. Those frequencies are labeled 98, 199, 100, boom, 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 boom. All right. And the strongest frequencies are the biggest radio stations. Right. So if you ever notice how when you go city to city, the radio station is different, but the number is the same. Like no matter what city you in, 107.5 is, you know what I'm saying? Like why is it that? Why is that? You know what I'm saying? Because the signal's strong. Right. So that's like playing Monopoly. Everybody wants to get Park Place and Boardwalk. Right. So inside a radio, it's a coiled copper. Right? What Moses had, the copper serpent, right? The coiled copper, right? And a crystal to tune it. But our ears, right? The sound generated by just having a quartz crystal on a copper is very low. So now you got to plug an amplifier onto the copper wire to make it loud, right? Ecclesiastes, you need a speaker, right? Ecclesiastes, a speaker. You need a speaker. You got to add a speaker to the copper and the crystal. Okay, this shit gonna hit you. This one. Damn. Oh. See, y'all, did y'all get this book? Did y'all get this book? Right, y'all. Some of y'all know about some stuff. Oh, wait. Didn't RCA go through the war, and then after, what was that? World War I, World War II, and then they took over the radio stuff, and they said it was security, national security, that they take over the radio waves, and then they moved the signal from the 440 to the you don't know why they did none of that. See, you know all them history stories, but you don't know what they was doing. You don't know why they were doing. You don't know how those moves created superpowers. And you definitely don't know how you are the butt of the joke, like, because you're the battery pack. You're the battery pack. See, they built this into a big global power machine, and you're the AA batteries. So they can rotate niggas, but they need some niggas to go in there. They need niggas to go in there, but you just don't know you the battery pack. And stick some niggas in there. Whoop, power it up. Spirit power. Spirit power. Generated by niggas cussing up a storm, grabbing their job, What, nigga? You have no idea what you're doing. Yeah, so there's that, right? Okay, so put that down for a second. Right? Put that down for a second. Right? Should we write this? Should we write speaker? Let's just write speaker. We'll just throw it in. Just Right? We'll just throw it in. Right? Let's come back over here. Right? So the body is electric. That means, right, there's electricity flowing through your body. Simple. It's not deep, right? The body's electric. That means there's electricity flowing through your body. Now, that has implications. Right? Because we know what? A moving electric field creates magnetic field. And alternating electric and magnetic fields produces light. So as long as you have electricity in your body, that body will have a soul. In fact, the main thing you turn glucose into is light, right? See, niggas don't know this. See, listen. That's why I be looking at, oh yeah, he don't know what he's talking about. Oh, the mitochondria. Because see, the mitochondria is the electricity. Because our body runs on electricity from the mitochondria. No, it doesn't. We need to stop saying, well, let's let the other niggas say that. But if you study with me, don't you be saying nowhere saying that. You tell them that Dr. EnQi said, that's wrong. Your body runs on light. Right? Your body runs on light. Light is what your body uses. So the electricity in the mitochondria is only there to power recycling ATP. ATP is what powers the cell. And that doesn't happen inside mitochondria. The ATP recycles ADP back to ATP and releases it back into the fluid, the structured water, the cytoplasm of the cell. And then when that ATP is oxidized, right? That's called a exothermic reaction. Now that's how science niggas have smartened themselves to their dumb. They don't even know anymore. what that means. You have to walk them down slow sometimes. Because if you just jump right there and say, no, light, your cells run on light. They're going to say, oh, no, see, that's not science. That's some pseudo stuff there. That's not real science. You got to walk them down. Like, nigga, okay, all right, let's walk it down. Let's walk it down. Exactly how does your cell get powered? And they say, oh, well, you know, the electricity in the mitochondria. Okay, the electricity in the mitochondria does what? Like fastball that, because that's the like 5th grade. Yeah, fastball that. What is electricity doing in the mitochondria? Oh, well, it's making ATP. Stop. It's not making ATP. If they say making ATP, it's not making ATP. You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. You're repeating some shit that you haven't really spent any time with. Right? It's recycling. It can't make ATP because mitochondria cannot make phosphorus. So if it can't make phosphorus, it can't make ATP. You have to get phosphorus from your diet. And phosphorus is so precious on this planet. There's so little of phosphorus. That's why we need mitochondria. Because it's not possible for every life form on this planet to consume enough phosphorus to power their light. Right? So you have to have these mitochondria to recycle. Every time you use ATP, it recycle it. Right? That's where creatine come in. The buff guys, they're using steroids, but they're also using creatine. Why? Because creatine speeds up how fast and how long your mitochondria could keep recycling ADP back to ATP. Right? But any textbook could tell you phosphorus in the presence of oxygen releases light. Right? So if whoever you're talking to doesn't understand that part, you could just ask them what, you can leave. You don't even got to say that. You could just ask them, what is a endothermic reaction and what is a exothermic reaction? Because sometimes they be so smart, they outsmart themselves. And once you ask them that question, if they don't know the answer, when they look it up, they won't want to read it to you. Because the endothermic reaction is one that captures energy. It pulls energy in. But an exothermic reaction is a reaction that releases energy. So right at that point where they read that, that's like you rolling dice with it. Back in the day, we used to say, watch his face when he ace. Watch his face when he ace. Right? That's that moment right there. Like, ooh. Yeah, they had some look like that. So the electrons recycle ATP. ATP in the cell, oxidize, releases light. The cells harness that in a variety of ways, and boom, we're alive, right? Okay. So we got it. Now, we need to deal with this. Right? We need to deal with this. Right? Because your body has patterns of producing electricity. Patterns. Right? You got eating patterns. Think about it. Everybody has eating pattern. Okay. You have patterns of this. Right? Everybody has their day, right? So your day, you got certain times throughout the day where you usually eat, right? Then you got certain times throughout the day that you're more active than others. Doesn't matter what it is. Whether you go to the gym at 6 o'clock, 6 at night every day, or you don't go to the gym at all, right? Your active may be going to work, coming home, picking up your child at what? Every day at 6 o'clock from the daycare, you come back, you do this. You have rhythms every day. You have rhythms and patterns. And because you have rhythms and patterns of your life, you have rhythms and patterns of eating, those two things come together in the rhythms and patterns of producing internal current and metabolizing that into something else, right? So you produce the current so that you can use it. And when you use it, you lose it. You got to consume some more, right? So we have hunger patterns, right? Eat patterns, sleep patterns, right? Rhythms, right? We have rhythms, right? How is the brain measured? How is the brain measured, right? You have what? Brain waves, right? A brain wave, right? All of my geeks out there, what do they say about the brain? This nerd humor. The geeks, this is for the geeks. What do they say out there? All the geeks know already. Type it in chat. What they say about the brain, geeks? Where's my nerds at? Where's my nerds at? Right? We're the tough guys that are nerds in disguise. Where's all my nerds at? All right, what do they say? Neurons that fire together wire together. Right? Neurons that fire together wire together. Right? So literally, the way your brain works is by producing electric currents in sync, in rhythm. Right? So you build neural networks for information. Wait a minute. Neural networks allow us to access information, right? Neural networks in the brain. But we just talked about that, right? Because energy can be utilized to do what? Power something or transport information, right? Energy can be used as information or power, right? No easier, more clear example of that than in our brain. Literally, chemiluminescence, right? The neurons polarize, depolarize, right? How's that going on, right? Calcium, sodium, right? The exchange of the minerals, right? Changes the voltage, right? Then throughout the axon, you get an electromagnetic little blast. And then at the synapse, that electromagnetic wave is converted into neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitter. A neurotransmitter, a neuron transmitter, right? What are some of the neuron transmitters that we know of? GABA, dopamine. Anyway, dopamine is, so you get into a space where there's different nomenclature sometimes used for the same thing. Yeah, because stuff has different uses, right? So GABA, you see GABA as a neurotransmitter, but GABA is also produced in the pancreas because GABA also functions just like insulin. So you can increase insulin sensitivity with GABA alone. Okay, another conversation. Okay, so let's get into another part of this radio thing. We're going to get into another part of this radio thing, right? So we got this, hopefully, right? Patterns of electricity in the body, right? Also, any pattern of electricity is also a pattern of magnetism and a pattern of light, right? Because electric fields create magnetic fields, and alternating electric and magnetic fields produce light. So not just the ATP is producing light, literally anytime there's electricity in the body, that's producing some sort of luminous, energetic something or other, right? And we got the energy is the spirit thing and blah, blah, blah. All right, so we're moving, all right? So the radio. What is a radio? Right, the radio is a copper crystal thingy, that's able to pull radio waves out of the sky. But the radio waves that are in the air, aka the airwaves, right? The airwaves. Anytime you hear wave, remember that's just a pattern of energy. It's a pattern of energy. See? The cover of the book, right? And look at that. You see those waves, right? Those waves is doing what? It says the movement is coming from my eye, right? But if you've been studying with us long enough, you know that that is the wave generated specifically by the heartbeat, right? Generated by the heartbeat. Okay. And what do you have there? Look, 1, 2, 3. All right. A heartbeat is 1, 2, 3. All right. If we go into the I King. Okay. You know what? Because in a second, you're going to realize that's how that's a trigram. And then you're going to say, wait a minute, is that the same thing off the Jay-Z album? And then you niggas going to realize, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Hove. Wait, Hove? Wait. God, wait, what just happened right there? Okay, we're going to stick to this. We're going the slow way. We're going the slow way. So radio, right, so far from what we got the copper, we got the crystal. The copper is going to pick up the airwaves, right? The airwaves is up there floating around, right? Copper picks up the airwaves. The crystal tunes to specific frequencies. So instead of we hearing a whole bunch of airwaves at once, which sounds like, hold up, you didn't see the earth. Wait, hold. See, you just don't realize how the whole world knows some of this, and you didn't know this. Just you got to be dumb. Not you got to be dumb, but you got to be dumb for the other folks to utilize you as a battery pack without realizing the machine that you're being put into. Right? So they got to keep you dumb. Not that you are dumb, but they got to keep you dumb. It's a lot of work to keep you dumb, right? So when you watch all the old scary movies, didn't they use the static? Like the world of the spirits or the world of the demons, it's just that static, that white noise. That's this. That's this. So if you take copper, right? Listen, if you take copper and you got a terrible crystal or no crystal, you just have that copper picking up all the airwaves and you put on the amplifier, the speaker, that's what you're going to get. Because you're listening to like a zillion voices all at once. So it's just, you put that crystal on there. Now you can tune and pick up a specific frequency. Now you can make sense. Now it's clear. You can hear the airwaves, right? But the thing is, right? You also need another part. You need another part, right? And we need to know how those radio waves and the airwaves is generated in the first place. Like, how did they get up there for the radio waves to pick it up? Where are they coming from? And you go, no, that's an easy one, Doc. They're coming from radio stations. See, that's where you niggas are slow. See, that's the brainwash. See, you slow. The moment you think that the radio is picking up signals from the radio stations, you confused, right? And not to say that's not correct in today's world, right? But how was this discovered? Because they had to discover this science or be taught this science right? Because this is from the mystery schools, right? Then we have the religious guy on there telling us about the mysteries. Yeah, this is from the mystery school. See, this is what they was teaching. This is the priesthood, right? That's why they scare you niggas away from studying this stuff. Oh, this is the boogeyman. No, it's masonry. Oh, yeah, it's Illuminati. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sign me up. Is that what my ancestors signed? Is that where the science of my ancestors? Yeah, sign me up over there. Let me find out what's going on over here with you niggas. Get back here. Pull this curtain back. I'm like, what's going behind this curtain? Open this damn curtain up. Y'all got my granddaddy shit up in here. Where's my science? What? They left my science here. So they had to discover this somewhere. Right? So before they built the very first radio station, there had to already be radio waves, airwaves up there. Yeah. See, the radio stations get built once they discover all this and they figure out how to harness it and utilize it. And now we can, we could talk long distances and all this other stuff. We can broadcast, right? We can broadcast. Cast. Wait, what? Broadcast. I ain't even gonna look it up. I'll let y'all start doing some word work, right? So the radio waves had to be up there. Where did they come from? The airwaves and the radio waves. Right? This is where they come from. Well, this is one source. This is one source, right? They come from life. Life. Radio waves, intelligible radio waves, comes from life, right? Let me explain to you how this works, right? So you have patterns. Wait a minute. Genius. Genius is the ability to recognize a pattern. Right? That's why I put this shit in the books for you so you can become geniuses. See, that's it. We can just stop right there. That's why I put this in the books. Y'all can all become geniuses. Didn't I show y'all with the fibroids book? What's that lady named Jessie? I don't know Jessie. Don't you think that the ladies that Jessie is teaching how to get rid of those fibroids and have babies, you know what they say? Jessie, you're a genius. I can't believe you did this. It's a miracle. Well, Jessie got that from some guys that got that from that nigga with the gold teeth. Right? So, anyway, folks. So, right? Patterns of electricity, right? Literally is information. Patterns of electricity is information, right? So when you start to get into this kind of talk, right, you start using words like crystals and radios and whoop, they won't use the word rhythm. They won't use the word pattern either, even though we know, right? Because you recognize a pattern, and if the pattern continues, it's a rhythm, right? And the way you plot a pattern or a rhythm is with a chart, and it'll look something like this. Let me get into a sine wave, right? This is how you would plot that. It also looks just like a snake, right? It also looks just like a snake, right? And guess what? I'll take this further for the niggas out there in the back. Pun intended on the word nigga, right? Not only does that look like a snake or a serpent, but guess what? if I should raise it, listen now, if I should raise this, right? If I should raise this, if I should raise that, right? This is now how your spine looks. Yeah, this is how your spine looks. Your spine is not a straight line, just in case you didn't know. Your spine, this is how your spine looks. Just in case you didn't know. Just helping you out, right? So it's also built into the structure, right? It's built into the structure. I mean, I can already hear your little fingers at home right now. Like, hold up, did he just say your spine is not straight and it's wavy? Your spine is wavy? I literally have a song. Wavy, wavy, baby. Wavy. Yeah, anyway. So, but the word they would use is oscillation, right? Oscillation. So, before we go any further, what you need to know is, right, when we talk about a radio, right, we're talking about a radio, this same copper, as well as the same crystal, is literally the foundation of your body, right? So this crystal is your skeleton. Not only your skeleton, but also your muscles, right? Because the skeleton is collagen, and so is the muscle tissue. 90% of your body, 90% of the protein is collagen, right? So your body is a crystal, right? With copper making, like, weaving like this other material that covers it up. Yeah. So you got a crystal covered up by like some coppery stuff. It's kind of how you made. Yeah. And then you also got one of these. Just, for shits and giggles. You do have one of these added in. It's called a voice box. So you have one of these as well. Just saying. Before we go any further, right? Just saying that's in there, right? So now, I think we rocking, right? I just got to figure out how I want to get to where I want to go. Okay, I think we need to go. Let me see. How do I want to do this? Do I want to go the movement book on these niggas, or do we want to go to the code book on these niggas? Oh, no. Ooh, do we need to go gold book? I think we should go gold book. Let's read out of the gold book for a second. Let me see if I can find some fire in here. Wait, there's a chapter in this book called Shoe and Diabetes. Yo, yeah, there's a chapter in this book called Shoe and Diabetes. Like, that's a hell of a chapter. Actually, maybe we should go to that chapter. Let me see what that chapter says. The God of light and air, blah, blah. That's the God of air. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's talk about it. Oh, no, I can't talk about this. Damn. You got to read this, because I got some hot shit in here that's not for YouTube. But I can say this, right? I can read some of this, right? All right. As the God of illumination, blah, blah, blah. Okay, as the God of air, Shu represented the space between earth and the heavens and gave the breath of life to all living creatures. I'm going to just hold that right there. We're going to hold this right here for a second. Okay, so we got the heavens. We got earth, right? And if this could go around, you would see like that, right? So in between the actual physical planet and the outermost magnetosphere, right? We got the clouds up here and all that, you know, right? All of this space right up in here. All of this space up in here, right? All of that space up in there. Back in ancient Egypt time, they would say that the god Shu, right? This, whatever this is, this electric, magnetic, airwave, radio wave thingy, known as the god Shu, right? Fast forward, you get up to the Bible time, you know, that's the most intricate part of Genesis. When God breathed the breath of life, which we find out is this radio wave, airwave stuff, into the soil, and man became a living soul, right? What we don't understand is the dynamics of that living soul thing. Right? That whole dynamic of that, right? We're born from that. That's a part of our biochemistry to be able to deal with this, whatever this stuff is. This invisible stuff that does magical goodies, good stuff. Like, yeah. So there's that. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this is a little crazy. Yeah, if you have this book, you should read this to yourself. At the bottom of page 210 and all of page 211, you'll see why. Yeah, so there's that. All right, so there's that. Right? Now, check this out. Because science, remember, the same way we talked about eumelanin being the perfect black. So in ancient Egypt, it was the perfect black, and they were teaching science about Osiris, biochemistry. Well, they taught the Greeks translated, and boo, boo, boo. So instead of saying the perfect black, you have the word eumelanin. And so now today in science, we say eumelanin, and we say that is perfectly good science, right? But if somebody says the perfect black, immediately you say that's a mythological foolishness because you are uneducated to understand that literally eumelanin is a translation of the perfect black, right? The god Shu became the Schumann frequencies. The god Shu, right? Back in Egypt, they talking about these waves, right? These waves, these radio waves going around the planet. Woo. Shu. Just a coincidence, right? We're just gonna say it's this totally coincidental. That now in today's science, right? Because if you start talking about Shu, that's some more mythological pseudo whatever. Yeah. Some old black folks ain't know what the hell they was. Yeah. But today it's the Shu man, right? So back then they say the god Shu created man and imbued him with whatever this airwave light electrical magnetism, whatever that is. Right? Telemarketers. Yeah, I'll be sending telemarketers vicious message. But yo, so Shu created man, gave him life, right? Fast forward, right? The Shu man resonance, right? So we can look up the Shu man resonance, right? Okay. Let's look up some Schumann resonance stuff. Right? Let's take a look at some of this stuff. Because we might find some interesting stuff. We start looking at some stuff. Right? See if we can find some interesting stuff. We might find some fly stuff over here. Right? So let's just go into some old. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that right there. Ain't that a hell of a video right there? What, man, that's interesting, ain't it? That's a hell of a video there. That's interesting. Look at that there. Look at that there. Wow. Hold on, we got to see that again. Look at this shit right here. Hold on. See, it's at this moment right here where I feel like I have to remind you niggas to hit the Cash App. See, Charleston White is not supposed to be better taken care of than Dr. EnQi. You got to understand that Charleston White should not be better taken care of than Dr. EnQi. Right? You got to know that. We're not hating on Charleston White. We're just saying that what we're teaching over here is much more valuable than Charleston White. Right?
Charleston getting more than that interview. Oh Lord, that's crazy. Home, I done got 40,000 for an interview.
Damn.
I went to California last year. Right after the BET Awards, man. I was right, man, 40,000. Nigga, I did a 8-hour interview.
Faith and love. Love and faith. Faith and love. Love.
That's all we're saying, right? All right, so let's look at this. What is the Schumann resonance? The Schumann resonances are a set of spectrum peaks in the extreme. Ain't that what they say about autistic people? They on the spectrum. Yo, ain't that? Am I making that up? Ain't that what they say about autism? That they on the spectrum? Okay, let's look at the spectrum though. Hold on. Do you want to hear something else that's coincidental about autism? You know that geniuses in science or math have a much higher rate of producing autistic children? Yeah. See, we got to have some other conversations about that. Anyway. The Schumann resonances are a set of spectrum peaks in the extremely low frequency portion of Earth's electromagnetic field spectrum. Schumann resonances are global electromagnetic resonances generated and excited by lightning discharges in the cavity formed by Earth's surface and ionosphere. The global electromagnetic resonance phenomena is named after physicist Winifred Otto Schumann, who predicted it mathematically in 1952. Schumann resonances are the principal background in the part of the electromagnetic spectrum from 3 hertz to 60 hertz. Now we're going to stop right there at 3 hertz to 60 hertz. Because see, when you start getting into this space here, it's a lot of coincidences. Like the fact that in ancient Egypt, they had a god named Shu that they attributed all this to. And today we have a German guy named Schumann that we attribute this to. That's got to be purely coincidental, right? What's also coincidental is that these background waves from 3 hertz to 60 hertz, you know what? Let's just look at some stuff. Here we go. Let's just look. Let's just look. Here we go. Let's go ahead and pull up another thingy here, and let's just type in brainwaves. Let's see what brainwaves. How's that go? Let's just see what brainwaves are doing. Right? And they can renamed it neural oscillations. I told y'all that word was going to pop up, right? And what is this? Rhythmic or repetitive patterns of neural activity in the central nervous system. Neural tissue can generate oscillatory activity in many ways, driven either by mechanisms with individual neurons or by interactions between neurons. We're going to stop this right here for a second. We're just going to stop this right here. And now we want to see, oh, did I pass it? They don't got a chart? I would figure they would have a chart. It's all right. I know they got it up here somewhere. I would figure they would have a chart to make it nice and cohesive. Right? But here we go. Here we go. Look at this here. Look at this here. Delta is from 1 to 4 hertz. That's the bottom Schumann resonance. And then all the way up here, you got the high band. You got the high band. Right? You got the high band. So it's just a coincidence, right, that these Schumann resonances overlap your brain waves. Right? These are just pure co-inky-dinks. In fact, let's see if we can pull up another one. Oh, wait a minute. Look at this. Look at this. An indicator of impairment is hypoxia. What I keep telling y'all about diabetes and all this stuff, hypoxia and hypercapnia, right? Because hypoxia and hypercapnia are blocking electricity. Anything that blocks electricity is blocking the brain waves to and fro, right? The information, the communication. Hello. It's all right. All is going to kick in at some point. All right, let's look up this. What is this? What is this? See, this is a whole nother thing. They don't even put this with brain waves. They don't even put this with brain waves. They put this totally separate. Because this might get crazy right here. Right? Let's check this out. What did it say right here? Look at this. The mu rhythm is of interest to a variety of scholars. Scientists who study neural development are interested in the details of the development of the mu rhythm in infancy and childhood in its role in learning. Since a group of researchers believe that what? Autism spectrum disorder is strongly influenced by an altered mirror neuron system. Okay. We're going to hold on right now for a second. Now we're going to take a breather. I'm going to let y'all take a breather. Now we're going to take a breather for a second. Right? Because if you don't know, now you know, nigga.
What is it? Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mindscape. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Selling your soul is a really serious
Thoughts
thing.
and emotions combine into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more as the alpha magma. Codified in Kemet is the Falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant as a dick. To be complacent in this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading, becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
Electromagnetic wave.
The etymology of photography is to write with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of height, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your light, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
Electromagnetic wave. Electromagnetic waves. Electromagnetic.
How we didn't know rap could get that big. Buzzers biology, underwriting zigzag zig. That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps. And my shit creating new mumps. Bass sicker than blue pumps. Swinging like it's noose hung. Ain't no stopping us. Infecting the whole populace. Shining like phosphorus. The fiends say I'm all type of dope. I make a photon, a firework like a microscope. Light entendres, light forecast. Let's work. Smell me like a broadcast network. Get it? Peripherance is the middlemen that RCA just mimicking. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018 radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light, light becomes flesh.
Electromagnetic waves in your body work the same way as the recording technology. So we take it back. You look at a phonograph. A phonograph is a carbon disc spinning with a carbon needle. That carbon disc, that carbon needle is able to record what? Electromagnetic waves.
I told y'all, listen, I said, whenever you see the L, you see the L right here, the G, the O, the A, the T come out. It's an early indicator. This could be a classic. Oh, shit. Right. What else are we going to do on election day? Right. We got to go in. Okay. Okay. All right, hold on. What is it? What is it? Okay. Hold on. The move waves, blah, 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 mirror neurons.
Progressing oscillation becomes suppressed during the observation of sensory information. Okay, hold on. Let me see if we could do something like this. Okay, see that they're getting too deep. You can't understand the brain waves unless you get the Max Planck. See, this is why I always had a favoritism for Max Planck than Einstein. Einstein wasn't really doing nothing. Max Planck was out here playing with some other shit, right? You know, we might have to just come back and do a whole day on these different brain waves, because I don't want to spend so much time on this that we take away from where we're going with our radio thing. Right? Let me see. Okay, so hold on. Here we go. We did this. See, you got to dig sometimes. You got to know what you're looking for. Okay, so I wanted to show that there was a relationship between the early guys, between the skin and the brainwave activity. Right? The skin and the brainwave activity. Now, if you know about the skin, then you know that the skin has the most nerve endings in your body, right? So the moment they talk about neurons and nerves, you got to know the skin, right? And you have more nerve endings, right? So you have more nerve endings the darker you are, right? So we still getting into that concept with the dance and the music. You have more nerve endings in the skin. Your skin's more sensitive. You have more nerve endings. The more nerve endings you have, the more follicles you have, right? The more nerve endings you got, the more follicles you got. So the darker you are, the more follicles you have in your skin. This is why white guys, ladies, you probably don't know about this, but white guys almost never get hair bumps. White guys almost never get hair bumps. Black guys always get hair bumps. Why? Because the darker you are, the more follicles you got.
The more follicles you got, the higher the chance that when you cutting your hair, a hair could go into a follicle. You know, when a hair bends back and goes into a follicle, you get a hair bump. Right? So we got to put this together now. We got to get some sort of bridge to understanding the skin and the pigment and the whoop. Right? So remember, there's a relationship between melanocytes and neurons and nerves. Right? It's really just one cell type. Right? But then again, that's our stuff. So, you know, we can't wait for the world on that. We got to be ahead. Right? So you have an extra level of sensitivity, right? So imagine when I'm learning this in my teenage years, in my 20s, right? And I'm learning that everybody can't imagine. Everybody doesn't. First of all, the first thing I learned was that everybody didn't have like lucid dreams. Like everybody didn't dream in color. Everybody couldn't think while they was in their dream, like your dream. For most people, if they even have dreams, it's just something that's happening. They're trapped in there. It's a good dream, a bad dream. They trapped in there till they wake up. They can't like actively interact in their dream, right? So I had to learn that everybody doesn't have the same quality level of dream. That's one thing. Later, I learned that when people are awake throughout the day, everybody cannot see pictures in their mind. It's called aphantasia. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people, though, billions of people, they cannot see a picture in their mind. So like right now, if I say close your eyes and imagine a red apple, you could literally see, some of you, you know, some of you are not going to admit it, but you can't see it. Some of us, though, we can see a red apple. Right, in our mind, right? Some of us, when we hear music, we get goosebumps. Guess what? Everybody doesn't get that. Everybody doesn't hear a certain song and then it generates goosebumps. Like that is see, these are the things, the best things in life are free. These are the things that you didn't know was a divine blessing that everybody doesn't have. And guess what? It don't matter how much money you got, nigga. You can't even buy this. You can't buy it. So there's some people that would never really know what a song feels like. Did you hear what I just said? There are some people that would never know what a song feels like because they can't feel it. Everybody cannot feel music. Right? Now, some people can feel music, but they can't have lucid dreams, but they can visualize stuff in the daytime. You know what I'm saying? They can visualize, but they can't really dream. Some people don't have dreams at all. Some people's dreams are not lucid. It's levels. Everybody's all over the place with it. You know what I'm saying? And then some people are empaths. An empath is a person that's overly super sensitive. So they can feel everything, right? They can feel everything, right? They crying at the end of the movie. They getting goosebumps, getting hype with the music, right? That's a thing. You know what I'm saying? That's a thing. That ability to be animated by the energy. You might not have caught that. That ability to be animated by energy. Definition of Holy Ghost. What is the actual definition of Holy Ghost? Because people be confused. They think that fake shit, they're rolling around on the floor in church. Respectfully, but that's some folks knowing that something should be happening to them if they do this, and this, but they don't have the real teaching, so they just, you know. Anyway. Okay, so let's get back. Let me get back focused. All right, so we over here, right? In fact, let's get We got some ideas now. Right? So now that we got some ideas, got a little bit of science, a whole lot of ideas, right? Now let's get back over here. And let's figure out what a radio wave is. Let's figure out what a radio wave is and how they flying in the air. Okay. Very simple. It's very simple. A radio wave is a flying, ain't that how we show birds? Like a bird. That's like a little easy way to draw a bird. Right? A radio wave is like a flying all right, so let's do it. So you have electricity, right? So electricity is going to have a pattern, right? That pattern is basically a code, right? So this is kind of before they could get here, right? So before they could come up with the radio, right? They learned Morse code. Morse code, right? We're just going to leave that there, Morse code. Do with it what you want to do. Because that's just another coincidence that the Moors invaded Europe. And then after the Moors invaded Europe, with their system of divination that they learned from the Africans called the EnQi, the Moors then invade Europe, right? And they whooping them because the Moors got this way of predicting all kind of stuff. And they military strategy is amazing, right? Just so happens that the Moors invade Europe. And then in Europe, some guy named John something or other, or Moore something, he comes up with Morse code, and then it's Morse code, but it's not the Moors. It's like they come from the Moors. It's Morse code because the guy's name was Morse. That part, right? Another coincidence, like Schubert residence, Morse code. Yeah. It's a whole lot of these coincidences, right? So anyway, when you have electric oscillation, right? Electric oscillation, right? That electric oscillation, you're just going to add a little power to it, right? You're going to add a little power to it. And guess what? That same copper can function as an antenna. So the same thing could grab it, can release it. Same thing could grab it, can release it. Right? Same thing could grab it and release it. What do you need to happen between a source and a receiver? You need resonance. Right? You need resonance. Right? So oscillating electricity is what we have as airwaves, radio waves. Okay? Oscillating electricity, radio waves. Okay. Now, watch this. There are two things. It's like this is like the part where the magician is like showing you, like, look, there's nothing up my sleeve. Something's up his sleeve, right? When the magician goes, look, there's nothing up my sleeve. That's when you know there's something up your sleeve, right? He's going to make the card appear or the flower come out. Something's coming out of it. A pigeon might fly out. Something's up. This is that part, right? Nothing's up my sleeve, right? So electric patterns, antenna, broadcast, transmit, receive. You have to have resonance. Now, how do we figure this out? Well, it's going to be some math and geometry. Right? Because the thing is, in order to function as an antenna, right? Because we got to get to our antenna, right? We got to have the math so we could get the frequencies, right? Frequency. And then once we get the frequency, there has to be a specific type of geometry, right? Associated, like a measurement. There needs to be a measurement. It's a measurement that you need in order to formulate your antenna for certain signals. It's a measurement, right? Yeah. So measurement kind of goes in geometry space. We can put that over there. Right? Measurement. Okay. Now, in order for life, remember, nothing up my sleeve. In order for life to be stable, it needs two things. It needs power and information. Power and information, which just so happen to be the manifestations of energy. We're going to run back through that a few times so you get that. In order for life to have stability, you need power, right? You need energy, right? You need energy and you need information, right? Think about it. In order for a stem cell to become a lung cell, it needs the information of what the lung operation is, right? In order for a stem cell to become a brain cell, a liver cell, this one, it's information, right? That's the difference between the liver cell and the lung cell, the information that they're operating on, right? The operating system of those cells, right? So in order to stabilize life, you need a steady flow of power and information. Okay? Power and information provide stability. Right? So now, with that being said, we're going to go here. Right? With that being said, we're going to go here. Right? So in ancient Egypt, right, the source of our science today via the Greeks, right? When the Greeks were learning about the human spine, they were learning about the Jed Osiris, right? This is how we got eumelanin, the perfect black. So this is the template that they use to teach their stuff in stories and all this and all that with the myth, the mnemonic devices of storytelling and blah, 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 right? So the Jed is supposed to be the spine of Osiris, but it's also the symbol of stability. It's the symbol of stability of life. Right? So we have this. Right? Okay. You're ready to get rid of some stuff. You're ready to get rid of some stuff. All right. So if we was in Clubhouse right now, then I'd be saying we about to reset the room. Oh, shit. All right. We done put so much stuff on the board today. The board is tired of erasing. I gotta put some liquid up here so I can clean it. Now, before we do anything up here, we need to go over here and get on over here and see what we can find. Let's see what we can find. Let me get rid of these screens here. Let's look up and okay, perfect. That's what we need right here. Perfect. In radio engineering, antenna or aerial is an electronic device that converts an alternating electric current into radio waves, or it converts radio waves into an electric current. It is the interface between radio waves propagating through space and electric currents moving in metal conductors used with a transmitter or receiver. In transmission, a radio transmitter supplies an electric current to the antenna's terminals, and the antenna radiates the energy from the current as electromagnetic waves. In reception, an antenna intercepts some of the power of a radio wave in order to produce an electric current at its terminals. That is applied to a receiver to be amplified. Okay, so you have two parts. You have the power, right? And then you have this electric current, right? The pattern of the electric current is going to be where your information is, right? Now, we may have some radio engineers that can get way more deeper and complicated into it with you. But we don't need that to understand what we're doing right about now, right? Okay. An antenna is an array of conductors, elements. An array. That means a specific, they're put together in a specific pattern. But don't get it twisted and think these elements are not the same elements that you eat, that you need to eat for your health, right? Because this is your health, right? Your connection, right? This is the real health, right? So anyway, your conductors, right? Now, keep in mind, you know how we do our word thing. Keep in mind, as we talk about an antenna, right? An antenna. An antenna, right? It's like a radio or TV antenna, just be long and straight, right? Be long and straight. An antenna is made out of conductors. But wait a minute. Don't a conductor also have that same long stick to conduct the music? Why he have that antenna in his hand? Why does he need that? What is he doing? What is the conductor of an orchestra symbolizing with that stick that he has? You didn't pay attention? The conductor is the conductor? Okay, all right. EnQi, you be reaching. All right, maybe I'm reaching. Okay. Niggas got to get literate. I'm telling you. So anyway, we got conductors, right? Electrically connected to the receiver or transmitter. Now, how is it electrically connected, right? Electrically connected is copper wiring, right? So we got some copper wiring. Antennas can be designed to transmit and receive radio waves in all horizontal directions, or preferentially in a particular direction. So we're talking about horizontals right now. Oh shit, I would let that sit there. An antenna may include components not connected to the transmitter, parabolic reflectors, horns, or parasitic elements, which serve to direct the radio waves into a beam or other desired radiation pattern. Strong directivity and good efficiency when transmitting are hard to achieve with antennas with dimensions that are much smaller than half a wavelength. Okay, hold on. I think we cooking. I think we cooking. Even if you don't know we cooking, we cooking. Okay, hold on. I'm looking for something specific. More complex. Antenna gain describes the concentration of radiated power into a particular solid angle of space. Gain is perhaps an unfortunately chosen term by comparison with amplifier gain, which implies a net increase in power. See, they be using these words, they be playing games with the words so crazy that it'll confuse you. Right? Okay. Or it'll confuse them. They confuse themselves, is what I meant to say. Okay, hold on. I'm looking for something though. Give me a second. This is the magic. Oh. Here we go. All right, here we go. Now we can work. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. All right, the majority of antenna designs are based on the resonance principle. Right? This relies on the behavior of moving electrons, which reflect off surfaces where the dielectric constant changes, in a fashion similar to the way light reflects when optical properties change. In these designs, the reflective surface is created by the end of a conductor, normally in a thin metal wire or rod, which in the simplest case has a feed point at one end where it is connected to a transmission line. The conductor or element is aligned with the electrical field or the desired signal, normally meaning it is perpendicular to the perpendicular to the line from the antenna to the source. Okay? So we got horizontals, perpendiculars, very interesting. The radio's the radio signal's electric component induces a voltage in the conductor. This causes an electrical current to begin flowing in the direction of the signal's instantaneous field. When the resulting current reaches the end of the conductor, it reflects which is equivalent to 180-degree change in phase, meaning it goes the other direction. If the conductor is 1/4, hold up, it should just went crazy. What is that? Hold on. Everybody's eyes just went crazy. Listen, this is important right here. This is the magic number right here, right? If the conductor is 1/4 of a wavelength long, right? Current from the feed point will undergo a 90-degree phase change by the time it reaches the end of the conductor. Reflect through 180 degrees, then another 90 degrees as it travels back. And that means it has gone a total 360-degree phase change, returning it to the original signal. The current in the element thus adds to the current being created from the source at the instant. This process creates a standing wave. A standing wave in the conductor with the maximum current. So now, is there any evidence of any type of standing wave, anything in ancient Egypt? Yes, but we're not going to deal with that right now. We got to get into Jehudi and all that. But we just going to table it. I'm just mentioning it because it's here, right? But this is that number right here. That 1/4. What is 1/4? What is 1/4? Come on now. What is 1/4? Visually, what is 1/4? Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. One-fourth of the square is also called a square. This is, all right, don't worry about it. All right, you didn't get it. Don't worry about it. Everybody can't get it, damn it. That's the magic. That's the whole magic right there. That was the whole magic right there. All right. Yeah, if you didn't get it, you need a break. Your brain is fried. I'm gonna give you a break. You're gonna come back and go back into it.
Myron!
Ooh, I can't stand.
Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, this ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it.
That's the algorithm.
Listen, that is the whole magic right there. Okay, I know y'all like, wait a minute, that's the square and the. He trying to tell us some old slick Masonic. Okay, we're gonna leave that alone because I know it's a handful of y'all in this audience that's like, oh shit, is that what the? Okay, yeah. But here we'll do it a different way. We'll do it a whole different way. We'll just do it the simplified old. We'll do it the old boring Western. Yeah, you need the old boring Western way. We give it to you that way too. We give it to you that way too. Here we go. All right, so let's go ahead and hit us a little googly, and let's do this. Human. Yeah, here we go. Human Spine FM radio. Just type that in. Look. Human Spine FM radio. Right? Human Spine FM radio. Cool. Look at that there. Look at that there. Look at that there. Will you look at this? Will you look at this? Will you look at this? The effects of electromagnetic field exposure on biological systems have been studied for many years, both as a source of medical therapy and also for potential health risks. In particular, the mechanisms of EMF absorption in the human body and animal body is of medical and engineering interest. The multi-frequency 100 to 2400 MHz simulation results show that peak voltage and current response is observed in the FM radio range around 100 MHz with significant strength to potentially cause changes in the central nervous system. This work can contribute to the understanding of, and then what we got down here? What is this? What is this down? What the hell is this down here? Contribution of energy leakage towards weakening of the blood-brain barrier, whose degradation is associated with progresses in many diseases, including what? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. It's no way in hell Charleston White supposed to get more donations.
Charleston get more than that interview? Oh, Lord, that's crazy. Home, I done got 40,000 for an interview.
Damn.
I went to California last year. Right after the BET Awards, man. I was 40,000. Nigga, I did a 8-hour interview.
Faith and love, love and faith, faith and love, love.
Okay. So right, listen. So it just so happens to be coincidence. Listen, there's a lot of coincidental shit involved with this, right? It just so happens to be coincidence that your spine is 1/4 the size of an FM radio wave. Remember what we were talking about? You raise it. An antenna, in order to send and receive, has to be 1/4 the size of the wave that it wants to send or receive. Okay, let's rewind this all the way back. The singing and dancing niggas. Isn't it interesting that we always ask that question? I'm tired of singing and dancing. They don't let black folks get rich doing nothing else but singing and dancing. Why? Because that's the only thing that you can do that nobody else can do. Hey, that's the only thing you can do nobody else can do. As soon as they find somebody to replace that, whoop, they hold up. Look at that James Brown thing. Okay. Hey. What's your name? Elvis? Come here. Look at that. Can you do that? Oh, Can you do that? Yeah, let's get you. Figure that out right there. Let's get you in. They can't figure out that Michael, though. That Michael Jackson. No. Move like that. They ain't figured that out yet. All right. So here's your spine. Let me just show you the spine. Let's just look at the curvature of the spine. So we on the same page real quick. Let's just look at it. Just so you can see, right? Curvature of the spine. Right? Now this is sick. This is not okay, right? But this is a healthy spine right here. This is a healthy spine right here. Yeah, that curvature. That's how your spine is. That is a healthy spine right there. Now your joints start going to the side and all that, then you're in trouble. Right? That's not okay. Right? See this right here? Normal curve. Right? Normal curve. Right? Just like a music wave. Right? Just like a serpent too. Right? Right? Okay. Right? That's how your spine is designed right there. That's how your spine is designed right there. Now, I know we need something else. We need something else. Let's go here real quick. Let me see what this say right here. A waveguide is a structure that guides waves by restricting the transmission of energy to one direction. Common types of waveguides include acoustic waveguides, which direct sound, optical waveguides, which direct light. What didn't we? Where's that? That sound familiar to me, Doc. That sound familiar. Why? Because you done heard that song 1,000 times, right? You know what visual acoustics is. You know what visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is. That's your light. Clueless kid in the ruthless biz. The image is your soul. The likeness is your swag. And there's no way I trade that for a bag. Right? Right? Which direct light, and radio frequency waveguides, which direct electromagnetic waves other than light, like radio waves. Okay. So now we should do, let's go out. Hold on. Here we go right here. Bang. Let's go right here. The Earth ionosphere waveguide is the phenomena in which certain radio waves can propagate in the space between the ground and the boundary of the ionosphere. Because the ionosphere contains charged particles, it could behave as a conductor. What? Are we back to this conductor again? The Earth operates as a ground plane, and the resulting cavity behaves as a large wave guide. This is what Tesla discovered. Tesla discovered ancient spirituality. Tesla discovered that every thought and every feeling and emotion is radiated out of you. into the airwaves, literally creating unlimited power. But remember, the same energy that can be used to power can be used for information. It's how you could build your own radio set. If I could build a radio in class to tap into this unlimited waves, right? Forget about the radio. You are already designed for that. You already are designed for that. You're already designed for that. Your spine is designed to radiate and receive FM waves. So guess what? The FM waves is clogged up with foolishness. Broadcast to people's. And we take the songs, right? The songs, we take the songs, we broadcast. It's all right. Everybody's not going to get it the first time around. Okay, so let's look at this. Let's take a look at this. You see that? Look at this. You see this? Now look at this. Look at that. See that? This is Tesla's. Tesla came up with this. See that? That's your great granddaddy's. Your great granddaddy came up with this. Tesla came up with this. Tesla said that when he went to sleep at night, he went to ancient Egypt, and that's where he learned all his science from. And look at this. You see this? Look at this. You see this? Look at this. See this? See this? See this? See this? See this? See this? You can't unsee it now. And what was he getting ready to do? Make power free for everybody. They could not allow him to do that. Because if he would have made power free, he was going to make Wi-Fi before they even understood internet. We didn't even have internet yet. Tesla was already going to create Wi-Fi. But what you got to get is that you already have it. You already have it. Right? So now, the radio waves that we have floating around in our wave guide, circulating, right? Because this planet is spinning like a record, right? The planet is spinning like a record. Listen, the planet is spinning like a record. Electromagnetic waves spinning, turntable, right? You got the needle, picks up a specific frequency, emits a certain frequency, right? And you tap into the planet, and then you pray, send that out. You send that out. What they teach you? What you put out into the world comes. When you send that out, you send that prayer out. Okay, let's do this. We're going to look at a prayer. Let's look at a prayer in the Bible. It's my favorite. Let's look at this. Let's look at this prayer. Let's look at this prayer. Look at this prayer. Let's look at this prayer here. Let's look at this prayer here. This is the Bible. So let's look at this prayer right here. What does it say? What's happening right here? I'm just saying, what's happening right here, right in this spot right in here. Praise the Lord, my soul. Lord, my God, you are very great. You are clothed in splendor and majesty. Okay? So God is clothed in splendor and majesty, right? And it says here, the next line, the Lord wraps himself in light as with a garment, right? Garment and cloth. So light is synonymous with splendor and majesty right here. I just want, to just look at what this thing is saying right here. Right? In fact, I don't even think we need to go any further. But it's sitting right here. Right? But we can go down. We can go down. Because then it's getting ready to start getting crazy. Right? He makes the clouds his chariot and rides on the wings of the wind. He makes the clouds his chariot and rides on the wings of the wind. You know what? Your mind might be. We might be going too crazy. We have to come back and do some more.
My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Verse Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.